requesting all to remain seated. And more importantly, please keep your mobile phones in silent mode or switch it off. There are few important uh, requests to all of you. We will request you to rise from your seat when the Tamil Taivattu is played, first instance. Secondly, when the national anthem is played. The former President of India, Sri Ramnath Kovind ji, will address us. So when he arrives on the screen, we all will rise and greet him. Ready? The team, epic, please be careful. Please be careful. The team singing the Tamil Taivattu, please take your positions. Keep the door, they have to enter from there. Please stand this side for the time being, because the dignitaries will enter from the gate. Please ensure that your mobiles are in a silent mode. Please ensure that your mobiles are in a silent mode. Just see that the door opens properly when the dignitaries enter. Good morning, everyone. I would request all of you to keep your mobiles in a silent mode, and people who are still standing, requesting them to find some seating arrangements for them. As you all know, this is the 10th edition of the annual conference on peace and reconciliation. This year, the theme is Peace is Born of Justice. Today, that is the 11th of April 2025, tomorrow, the 12th of April, and 13th of April. These are the 3 days the conference will continue. This is hosted by the Vinaka Mission Research Foundation, deemed to be university, along with the Vishnu Mohan Foundation, led by His Holiness Swami Sri Hari Prasad. We are expecting the dignitaries in a while. In the meantime, let me go through the concept regarding this annual conference on peace. There is a common perception that we are living in increasingly dangerous and violent times. However, historical records suggest otherwise. In the past 50 years, the world has seen fewer wars, lower war-related fatalities, and the lowest number of concurrent conflicts in recorded history. Why? then does the world feel so unsettled. Much of our sense of peace is tied to justice. Whether we believe it is truly being served. There is a growing fear that true justice is a privilege enjoyed by only a few, while laws and regulations provide a framework for justice. The outcomes often do not feel just. Some face severe punishment for minor offenses, while others escape consequences due to legal technicalities rather than actual innocence. True justice has many interpretations: morally defensible, fair, timely, or contextually appropriate. When justice appears subjective, ambiguous, or biased, it is often perceived as incomplete or flawed. We welcome Honorable Chancellor Dr. A.S. Ganeshan, Swami Sri Hari Prasad, Sri Suresh Samuelji, Swami Atmapriyananda, Swami Anukulananda, and Gese Noang Sonam, requesting to kindly be seated. Please take your seat.
We begin this day of the annual conference of peace and reconciliation with the singing of the Tamil Thai Valthu led by our students. Please stand for the Tamil Thai Valthu.
நீராறும் கடலொடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் திக்கணமும் மதிசிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் பின்பமுற திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெருந்தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Peace is a divine gift from God, and we begin this day's proceedings with prayers from diverse traditions, Hindu, Muslim, and Christian, led by our students, symbolizing unity in diversity. We invite everyone to remain seated and follow the prayers, reflecting in silence.
ஞான முதல்வனே விநாயகனே நினைத்து அவனே ஞான முதல்வனே விநாயகனே வினை தீர்ப்பவனே நாம் தொழுதாய் சுகம் எல்லாமே ஓடி வரும் அந்த வல்லை நினைத்திருந்தால் நல்ல வாழ்க்கையும் தேடி வரும் நாம் தொழுதாய்
Thank you. Kindly rise for the national anthem as we pay our respects to our great nation.
नायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात कावेरी उत्कल गंगा जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे
Thank you. Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Vanakkam. Namaste. On behalf of Vinaya Missions Research Foundation and the Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, we warmly welcome you to the 10th Annual Conference on Peace and Reconciliation.
The theme for this year's conference, Peace is Born of Justice, calls us to reflect on justice not only as a legal principle, but as a moral compass guiding our society.
We are honored to host a gathering of distinguished guests, scholars, peace builders, and students who are deeply committed to building a just and harmonious world.
We now invite our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. A.S. Ganeshan, Vice President of the Vinaya Mission Research Foundation, Dr. Anuradha Ganeshan, Swami Sri Hari Prasad, Swami Anukulananda, Kese Nuang Sonam, and Swami Atma Priyananda on the dais to join in the lighting of the ceremonial lamp, a timeless symbol of knowledge, wisdom, and peace. Please keep your mobile phones in a silent mode.
Dr. Anuradha Ganesan is the Vice President and Madam Chancellor of Vinaya Missions Research Foundation, deemed to be university. With oversight of institutions in Chennai, Salem, Karaikal, and Puducherry, serving over 28,000 students, she champions academic excellence and social transformation. Inspired by her scholarly father and philanthropic father in law, she advances healthcare, engineering, and social outreach. Her charitable initiatives support orphanages and elder care, reflecting a deep commitment to holistic and humane development. It is now my pleasure to invite Dr. Anuradha Ganesan, our esteemed Vice President and guest of honor, to deliver the welcome address.
Honorable former President of India, Shri Ramnath Govind, Reverend Swami Shri Hari Prasad, our esteemed Chancellor, Dr. A.S. Ganesan, esteemed dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, distinguished speakers, respected members of the Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, university leadership, faculty, students, honored guests, and cherished friends from around the world, a warm, heartfelt good morning. It is both a privilege and profound responsibility to welcome you to the 10th edition of the Peace and Reconciliation Conference, a forum where words meet wisdom and where hearts meet purpose. Today's conference is truly a momentous occasion for all of us gathered here, as we are privileged to have in our midst a towering statesman, a compassionate leader, and a source of immense inspiration, His Excellency Sri Ramnath Govind, the 14th President of India. Excellency, your esteemed presence at this inauguration is a remarkable privilege, not only for the Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation and the Vinaya Missions Research Foundation, but for everyone gathered here who holds profound admiration for your dedication, integrity, and years of service to the citizens of this great country. Your journey from humble beginnings to the highest constitutional office of the country continues to inspire millions across the nation. We are equally delighted to welcome Swami Shri Hari Prasad, founder and managing trustee of the Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, whose spiritual guidance and leadership have been instrumental in shaping this initiative. I extend a reverential welcome to Sri Swami Anukalanda, Swami Atmapriyananda, and Geshe La Nawang Sonam. Your presence brings great spiritual grace and interfaith depth to this gathering. Also, Dr. S. Yagneshwar, Managing Trustee of Sri Jnana Advaita Peetham, we extend a warm welcome to you, sir. I extend a special welcome to Dr. A.S. Ganesan, Chancellor of Vinayaga Missions Research Foundation, whose steadfast leadership and quiet determination continues to shape the institution's journey with purpose and vision. Education is the best weapon for peace, and peace is the only way to prosperity. The very theme that brings us together this year, peace is born of justice, resonates deeply with the times we live in and the work we are all called to do. This theme invites us to engage, not only intellectually, but morally. It reminds us that peace is not merely the absence of conflict, it is the presence of fairness. We are deeply honored to co-host the sacred convening alongside the Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation. At the heart of this partnership lies a shared commitment to fostering understanding, compassion, and harmony in a world too often divided by difference. Revered Swami Shri Hari Prasad, your presence today is not merely symbolic, it is deeply meaningful, it is not ceremonial, it is catalytic. Those who've had the privilege of engaging with you know the clarity and calm with which you articulate the truths of Vedanta, grounding ancient wisdom in the context of our modern lives. The Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, under your leadership, has grown into a vibrant space of spiritual inquiry, interfaith engagement, and cultural preservation. We are honored to journey alongside you. The conference has, over the past decade, carved out a reputation for being one of the most intellectually and spiritually enriching gatherings of our time. It is not merely a forum, it is a living moment, a space where ideas are not only exchanged, but embodied, where philosophy meets practice, where compassion becomes action. We do not gather to escape the world's pain. We gather to engage with it bravely, wisely, and together. This year's theme challenges us to go beyond the rhetoric of peace. It asks us to reflect critically on the structures that uphold or deny justice in our communities, our countries, and our world. It asks us to consider, can there be peace when inequality festers? Can harmony survive in the absence of truth? And how do we respond with wisdom and courage? These are not rhetorical questions, they are responsibilities. We ask not what justice is in theory, but what justice demands of us. As we reflect on the idea of justice, I'm reminded of the timeless wisdom of Thiruvalluvar in Kural 118. He says, "Saman செய்த சீர்தூக்கும் கோல் போல் அமைந்தொரு பால் கோடாமை சான்றார்க்கு அணி." To hold the scales even and fair is the ornament of those who seek perfection in their rectitude. This is a Quran that is often quoted as the outstanding guideline for those who were called upon to administer justice. The scales shall not distort justice, even if the most vital personal interests are involved, as in the case of Manunidhi Chola, who did not hesitate to wield justice, even if it was his own son, which stands as a shining example of this ideal in action. Thiruvalluvar's words are not merely literary wisdom, they are a moral compass. They urge us to act with integrity, humility, and fairness in every sphere of life. At Vinayaga Missions Research Foundation, as we mark 25 years since our formal recognition as a deemed to be university, we remain committed to our founding vision to nurture leaders, thinkers, and change makers driven by research, innovation, and a deep-rooted sense of social responsibility. Our founding visionary, the late Dr. A. Shanmugasundaram, saw education not just as instruction, but as transformation. Today, with over 19,000 students across disciplines, 46 research centers, and a strong outreach program, we strive to live our values, not just teach them. It is especially heartening to reflect on the intersections between our institutional goals and the aspirations of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, where the foundation encourages deep reflection, cultural literacy, and unity across traditions. We in the academic space are called to cultivate critical thought, openness, and social impact. There is something quietly powerful about this convergence. One sharpens the intellect, the other softens the ego. Together, we can shape not just minds, but mindsets. To our chief guest, the Honorable former President Sri Ramnath Govind, your life and leadership have exemplified the very ideals this conference upholds. You have long championed justice, equity, and dignity in public life. Your presence today dignifies this occasion in every way. We are truly privileged to welcome you. To our distinguished speakers, Dr. K.S. Radhakrishnan, Her Excellency Senator Saraswati Kandasamy, Ambassador Sri T.S. Tirumurthy, and Sri Saravanan Dhanabalan, we are eager to hear your reflections born of diverse disciplines, but united by a commitment to peace. We are honored by the presence of a distinguished guest, Sri K. Saravanan, Honorary Consul General of Malaysia. Later today, we are privileged to host the Conclave of Consuls moderated by Sri M. Seshasai, Honorary Consul of Seychelles. This session, Building Bridges in a Divided World, will bring together esteemed voices, including Professor J. Raghunathan, Honorary Consul of Myanmar, Sri Sanjay Madhavan, Honorary Consul of Switzerland, Sri Sachidananda Velan Michael, Head of Field Office, UNHCR, Sri K.R. Radhakrishnan, political columnist from Frontline. Their global perspectives will undoubtedly enrich the dialogue around peace and diplomacy. A special word of encouragement to the several young participants who are part of this conference, students from various schools and colleges, prize winners of the Essay on Peace and Peace Challenge, students from different campuses of EMRF who are studying to be doctors, engineers, lawyers, studying arts, physiotherapy, speech therapy, nurses, and healthcare professionals. Your engagement in dialogues like these give us hope. Yours is the voice of tomorrow, breaking through the noise of complacency. May we listen deeply, speak courageously, and return to our communities with renewed conviction that justice is not an ideal, but a responsibility. On behalf of Vinayaga Missions Research Foundation, I welcome you once again to this momentous 10th edition of the Peace and Reconciliation Conference, a milestone in our shared journey towards a more just and harmonious world. May the days ahead be filled with insight, inspiration, and above all, impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for your insights and the engaging address, as always. Dr. A.S. Ganeshan is the Honorable Chancellor of Vinayaka Missions Research Foundation, deemed university. He is also the guardian to all of us belonging to the Vinayaka Mission family as well. A visionary leader with a lifelong commitment to educational transformation. Under his stewardship, the Vinayaka Mission Research Foundation has grown into a multidisciplinary institution serving thousands of students across India. A medical professional by training and a philanthropist by passion. Dr. Ganeshan emphasizes inclusive education, social responsibility, and global competence, continuing the legacy of community upliftment initiated by his family. We now request Dr. A.S. Ganeshan, Honorable Chancellor, Vinayaka Mission Research Foundation, Deemed University, to deliver his special address. Requesting a round of applause to welcome him.
Respected Honorable former President of India, Shri Ramnath Kovind, revered Swami Shri Hari Prasad Ji, Swami Atma Priyananda, Swami Anukulananda, Swami Getse Kuang Sonam, other dignitaries and speakers present here today, heads of institutions and faculty members from Vinayaka Missions Research Foundation, members from the media, students and my friends. A very good morning to all of you. It gives me immense pleasure and joy to be here today to this milestone 10th Annual Peace and Reconciliation Conference, aptly themed Peace is Born of Justice. It's particularly meaningful for us at Vinayaka Missions to join hands once again with Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, reinforcing a partnership rooted deeply in shared values and aspirations for peace. Swamiji, the visionary founder of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, truly embodies the essence of peace and reconciliation. I recall attending one of Swamiji's insightful sessions where his gentle yet powerful words deeply resonated with me personally, reminding me of the profound simplicity that lies in the heart of peace. Swamiji, our association is not new. Back in 2019, during the celebration of Communal Harmony Day in this campus, Swamiji graciously accepted our invitation to represent Hinduism in an interfaith program supported by the National Foundation for Communal Harmony, New Delhi. That event brought together voices from 8 different religions, displayed sacred texts like the Quran, the Bible, and the Bhagavad Gita, and was widely appreciated by both students and the National Foundation for Communal Harmony. This campus, Vinayaka Mission Campus, was recognized as the only campus in India that celebrated Communal Harmony Day that year. That memory remains a proud chapter in our journey towards fostering interfaith understanding and social cohesion. His approachable presence and profound insights into Vedanta resonate deeply in our rapidly changing world. Those who have interacted with him speak warmly about the transformative experience, his simplicity, compassion, and profound wisdom, which provide pathways for personal growth and communal harmony. Inspired deeply by his guru, Sri Sadguru Swami Nyananda Saraswati, Swamiji continues to be an extraordinary beacon of peace and understanding. Since its inception in 2008, the foundation has passionately championed interfaith dialogues, secular philosophical inquiries, and sustained efforts towards peace. One such notable initiative is its annual Interpeace Conference that's happening today. So foundation has actively supported Annadanam across over 108 temples in India and extended interfaith gestures such as contributing to the feeding during Ramzan, a tangible expression of unity and compassion in a diverse society. Among its other impactful efforts are cultural celebrations like the Jayadava Festival and the Sri Krishna Utsava, which uniquely brings diverse communities together, showcasing India's rich tradition while fostering mutual respect and peace. The previous 9 editions of this remarkable conference have consistently addressed pressing global issues through powerful themes. From the inaugural conference in 2016 themed "A Just and Lasting Peace Springs from a Just and Peaceful Society," inaugurated by Dr. K.S. Radhakrishnan, former chairman of Kerala PAC, to subsequent editions that explored perspectives from religion and philosophy, family dynamics, conflict resolution, and pivotal role of education in promoting peace. Each year it has built on the wisdom and reflections of influential figures from around the world. This year's theme, Peace is Born of Justice, challenges us profoundly. Though statistics from the last Global Peace Index survey reveals fewer conventional wars, our sense of peace remains precarious. Social unrest, mass migrations due to persecutions or climate crisis, and widening inequalities across regions remind us that the very foundation of peace, true justice, remains elusive for many. When we speak of justice today, we must move beyond courtroom deliberations and legal verdicts. True justice reaches the very heart of human dignity. It ensures equitable access to education, healthcare, and employment, bridges divides created by privilege or poverty. Justice demands transparency, compassion, and unwavering impartiality in every sphere, from the corridors of power to our daily interactions. At Vinayaka Missions, we firmly believe in education's transformative potential. Founded by our visionary late Dr. Yeshamusan, my beloved father, our institution remains dedicated to nurturing compassion, innovative, and socially responsible leaders. Through multidisciplinary research, extensive community engagement, and projects aimed at addressing social inequalities, such as rural health initiatives and scholarship for marginalized students, we strive continuously to uphold justice and equality. Today is indeed a profound honor to welcome our chief guest, Honorable former President of India, Sri Ramnath Govindji, a statesman distinguished by integrity, humility, and dedication. Sri Govindji's illustrious career from Governor of Bihar to President of India exemplifies his lifelong commitment to justice, social equity, and national unity. Sir, your presence elevates the significance of this gathering and deeply honors us all. Our sincere thanks to Dr. Igneshwar, Managing Trustee of Sri Jnana Advaita Peedam, who will be delivering the keynote address today, setting the tone for this meaningful gathering. We are privileged to have with us today esteemed panel of distinguished speakers who will be sharing their insights during the special address sessions. Each of them bring a unique perspective shaped by deep experience in diplomacy, governance, law, and academia. And we look forward to the wisdom they will share with us today. As we engage deeply over these next few days, let us internalize Swamiji's profound insight. Peace cannot dwell where hatred resides. Let each one of us in our unique roles as educators, students, community leaders, policymakers, and media has the power and responsibility to translate justice from an idea into a reality. I encourage each one of you, students, scholars, practitioners, and community leaders, to carry forward the insights and inspirations from this conference. Let us commit ourselves not merely to understanding justice, but actively pursuing it daily. Let us take actionable steps, creating lasting impacts in our communities and beyond. Let us ensure that this significant 10th edition of the Peace and Reconciliation Conference does not merely celebrate past accomplishments, but ignite a renewed resolve, reminding us that peace born truly from justice is not only possible, but absolutely necessary, anchored firmly in compassion, equity, and unity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chancellor, sir, for your words of wisdom and heartfelt sharing on what Vinaya Missions Research Foundation cares about the most. Swami Sri Hari Prasad is the founder and managing trustee of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation and treasurer of Sri Jnana Advaita Peetham. Trained by his guru and mother, Satguru Sri Jnana Ananda Saraswati Swami, he embodies devotion, spiritual scholarship, and social service. Known for his powerful memory and inclusive teachings, Swamiji promotes interfaith harmony, delivers in-depth discourses on scriptures, and silently supports the downtrodden. His satsangs and publications reflect a rare blend of intellect, compassion, and ancestral wisdom. We now invite Swami Sri Hari Prasad, founder and managing trustee of the Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, to bless us with the Anugraha Bhashanam, words of spiritual wisdom and guidance.
Narayana, Narayana, Narayana. Pranams to Sri Sadguru, Sri Vishnu Mohan, to the Swamis and Bhikkhu here, and my respects to the Honorable former President, to Dr. Ganeshan, Dr. Anuradha, all the distinguished guests here. Narayana Bhya. It is unfortunate that His Excellency is not physically present, though I understand that he is following the deliberations. The foundation has been for many years moving on this path towards bringing people together, Loka Sangraha, and including everyone without any difference, and bringing people together, bringing different types of not only interfaith but also interdisciplinary, bringing people from various parts of their work, bringing them together to discuss and to understand why there is unhappiness in the world and how it can be contained. There'll always be happiness and unhappiness, but we can reduce the unhappiness and increase the happiness. It's for us to do it. So that is why this theme, Peace is Born of Justice, we are continuing with this theme for a second year. It is very vast and it needs a lot of discussion. So with the grace of Bhagavan, all the great scholars who are here will tell us why this is happening and how they feel it can be contained, how it can be controlled. Before I end, I'll just give two examples how justice brings peace and happiness in the workplace and in the state. So many years before, I've been associated with the Vinayaka Mission and family for 5-6 years. But before that, one person I knew told me, if you can't be happy working in Vinayaka Mission, you can't be happy anywhere. He said that such a nice, pleasant family. They own the mission, whole Vinayaka Mission, but they never show that they own it. They always show respect to the employees and listen to what they have to say. So because of this justice being done to the employees, there's peace and happiness here in Vinayaka Mission. And the other thing I want to say is that we have with us person who worked for the Mizo Accord, part of the team which Rajiv Gandhi assembled. So Rajiv Gandhi sincerely worked to give justice. Patre, stand up, please. Stand up. Don't be shy. So she worked 40 years ago in Rajiv Gandhi's team. And Rajiv Gandhi ensured that even though his party lost power in Mizoram, he ensured there was justice for the Mizo people. And we had more than 40 years of peace. So by his action of giving justice to them, we've had peace. So this can be done. We can see it has been happening. I've given 2 examples. And I'm sure that we can move forward on this path of giving peace to people through justice. Shri Krishna Arpanamastu, Shri Sadguru Arpanamastu.
What a blessing it was to receive those inspiring words from Swami Sri Hari Prasad Ji. Thank you, Swami Ji. And now it is our profound honor and privilege to welcome to the center stage our chief guest, Honorable Sri Ramnath Kovind, the 14th President of India, joining us virtually this morning. He was supposed to be present here in person, but he could not make it due to personal reasons.
May I request everyone in the hall and those joining online to kindly rise and offer a standing ovation to the Honorable former President as we welcome him with gratitude and respect. Please be seated. Born in Paraunk, Kanpur Dehat, Sri Kovindji's journey from modest beginnings to occupying the highest constitutional office in the land is a story of dedication, courage, and deep service to the nation. As president, he steadfastly advocated for education, social equity, and justice as the foundations of peace. Today, he graces us with reflections on the moral imperative of justice in shaping a harmonious world. Sir, we are truly honored. With great respect, may I now request you to kindly deliver the inaugural address.
Good morning and namaskar to everybody. On the occasion of 10th Annual Conference on Peace and Reconciliation, organized by Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, I extend my warm greetings to all of you. Seated on the dais, Managing Trustee of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, Swami Hari Prasad Ji, Chancellor and of Vinayaka Mission Research Foundation, Dr. Ganeshan Ji, Vice President of Vinayaka Mission Research Foundation, Dr. Anuradha Ganeshan Ji, Pro-Chancellor and Secretary of Ramakrishna Mission, Vivekanand Educational and Research Institute, Kolkata, Swami Atma Priyanand Ji, Representative of His Holiness Dalai Lama, Gese Nawang Sonam Ji, National Convener of All India Chinmaya Yuva Kendra, Swami Anukulananji, distinguished panel of speakers, former Vice Chancellor of Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kalaji, Dr. K.S. Radhakrishnanji, former permanent representative of India to the United States, Ambassador T.S. Tirumurtiji, the Consul General of Malaysia in Chennai, Mr. K. Sarvana Kumarji, the Honorary Consul General for the Republic of Seychelles, Mr. Sesha Saiji, the Honorary Consul General for Myanmar, Professor J. Ranganathanji, Sri Sarvanan Dhanpalanji, Co-Chairman Bar Council of Tamil Nadu and Puducherry, esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I sincerely apologize for not being present in person, though I was eager to participate physically in this conference, but unfortunately it could not be possible for certain unavoidable reasons. However, I am glad to be connected with you today through this online platform. It is a moment of honor for me to join you all in the 10th Annual Conference on Peace and Reconciliation through this online platform. I congratulate Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation and Swami Sri Hari Prasad Ji for organizing this great event. Sisters and brothers, I have been told that this conference is the 10th in series of such conferences. It is a matter of great satisfaction that the Foundation has been regularly organizing such events and thus contributing immensely to the cause of world peace. I must accept that the overarching theme of the conference, that is peace, is particularly important in the present times. In a time when conflict captures headlines and division dominates, I am glad to see here today an assembly of minds and hearts united by one shared vision. A world where peace is not an aspiration but a living reality. And why not? After all, every parent wants their child to grow up in peaceful and safe environment. Every community wants stability, dignity, and equal opportunity. Every human being desires to be treated with respect and to live free from fear. Ladies and gentlemen, history teaches us that peace is fragile. It must be nurtured and actively pursued. We live in a world where over millions are displaced due to conflict and persecution. The tragic image of a little Syrian boy washed ashore on a Turkish beach is still fresh in our minds. It is also a reminder of the dangers children and families are in search of a better life. Children are growing up in war zones, knowing more about guns than about playgrounds. Families are torn apart by violence that, in many cases, could have been prevented with better governance, deeper understanding, and more inclusive policies. Yet, amid the darkness, there is a light. In communities devastated by war, we see neighbors rebuilding together. In nations divided by political strife, we witness youth leading movements for dialogue and unity. Dear friends, these stories are not only hopeful, they are powerful reminders that peace is possible when people choose it. I strongly feel that justice, equality, dialogue, and compassion are the foundations of peace. When we neglect them, the ugly head of hatred, extremism, and violence grows. And that is precisely the theme of today's conference. Dear friends, peace is born of justice, is a truth that has echoed through centuries and across cultures. Without justice, peace is an illusion, fragile and temporary. Dear friends, across history, we have seen what happens when justice is denied. Societies that silence voices, suppress rights, or ignore inequality eventually erupt. Where there is oppression, resistance will rise. Where there is injustice, conflict is not far behind. Peace cannot grow in the soil of discrimination, hatredness, or inequality. But when justice is present, when people are treated fairly, when laws protect rather than punish, and when every voice is valued, peace becomes not just possible but sustainable. Dear friends, justice means more than legal systems. It means access to education, healthcare, and opportunity. It means protecting the vulnerable, respecting human rights, and ensuring that no one is above the law and no one is left behind. Justice means listening to the unheard and lifting up those who have been pushed down for too long. Ladies and gentlemen, I must appreciate the makers of Indian Constitution for having incorporated each and every aspect of it. And even beyond that, our judiciary has time and again liberally interpreted right to life under Article 21 to ensure justice for every citizen. Actually, peace is built in classrooms where children learn not only arithmetic but empathy also. Peace grows in communities where people of different faiths come together, not to argue about their differences, but to celebrate their shared humanity. Peace thrives when women are included in decision-making process, when marginalized voices are empowered, and when truth is not silenced. And let us not forget the power of technology. Used wisely, digital platforms can amplify voices for peace, foster global collaboration, and spread awareness faster than ever before. Dear sisters and brothers, the road to peace is paved with inclusion. We cannot build peace while leaving anyone behind. Whether it is the farmer in a remote village, the refugee crossing a border, or the activist risking everything for justice, they must all be part of our collective journey. My dear friends, peace is a long-term investment, and like all worthy investments, it begins with our young people. The youth of today are the peace builders of tomorrow. It is our duty to equip them with the tools not only to dream of a better world, but to shape it also. We must have education system that teach critical thinking, moral thinking, global citizenship, and emotional intelligence. We must create spaces for youth leadership, not as a token gesture, but as a core strategy. Their ideas, passion, and courage are often the very break thoughts the world needs. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to emphasize on one more thing. Peace is not the work of governments alone. It is not the burden of NGOs or the mission of the United Nations alone. Peace is everyone's responsibility. It should be the daily choice of every citizen to reject hatred, to embrace empathy, and to act with kindness. Actually, peace is a state of mind which should be internalized and made a part of our personality, and thinking. In fact, having a peaceful attitude and demeanor has more of a spiritual connotations. Shanti Atmana Swarupam Asti, Ya Atmanam Gyatva Tisthati, Sa Ev Nityam Shantim Anubhavati. It means peace is the true nature of the self. One who abides in self knowledge experiences eternal peace. Dear friends, we must strive to realize our true selves, and that state will automatically gives peace of mind which reflects in our behavior. And this would reflect in the society on a larger perspective. So today I invite you to make peace personal. Make it part of your profession. Whether you are a policymaker or a poet, make it part of your family, teaching respect, modeling compassion, make it part of your everyday life, because peace starts not in conference halls but in human hearts. Dear friends, I would like to conclude with a simple truth. We belong to one generation, one period, one earth with one future. After all, that is what has been the age-old principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. Our destinies are intertwined. The pain of one is the pain of all. The peace of one is the peace of all. Dear friends, finally, I would like to highlight one more commendable initiative. I have been informed that the organizers conducted an essay competition on the theme of the conference, which witnessed the enthusiastic participation of nearly 1,000 students. I extend my blessings and congratulations to the 9 deserving winners, and I wish them continued success in all their future endeavors. Thank you. Jai Hind. Lot of things. Voice नहीं आ रही.
Thank Dr. Anuradha Ganeshan, Vice President of BMRF DU, and guest of honor for a welcome address, Dr. A.S. Ganesan, Chancellor of BMRF DU, for the special address, and Swami Sri Hari Prasad, Founder and Managing Trustee of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, for the Anugraha Bhashanam, all of which have set an excellent foundation for the rest of the conference. I also thank Swamijis and Bhikkhu for gracing this occasion. Thank you very much. Pranams to Sri Sadguru.
We now come to the close of this special session. May I request everyone to kindly rise once again for the national anthem. Shall we join in the singing of the national anthem? जनगणमनाधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा नव शुभ नामे जागे नव शुभ आशीष मागे गाए तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल नायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. Please be seated. We request everyone to remain seated until the dignitaries and our esteemed chief guest, former Honorable President Sri Ramnath Kovind ji, have formally signed off. Please remain seated. I request the dignitaries. Yeah, Dr. Sangeeta, if you can kindly escort them. Please remain seated. Yeah. Now we can gently exit using the gates. Thank you.
We will have a lunch break. The keynote session will begin at 12:45 p.m. and the venue is the indoor auditorium on the ground floor of the Thiruvalluvar block, this block. We meet at 12:45 p.m. for the keynote session after the lunch break at the indoor auditorium on the ground floor of this block. Thank you. The art exhibition is on at the atrium of the Vinaya Missions Law School, and the student art exhibition is on the corridors of the first floor of this block. So please take the opportunity to view the artwork that depicts peace. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you.
Beyond is only color. Important word is over.
Good afternoon. Can you please take your seat? Kindly be seated. Get started.
Get them from come on drive and say. So three people. Yeah.
Yeah.
And one is recording.
Okay. So first, ask them to come on.
First is the other question. Then the senator. Recording. Before we start, I will give it. Just give it. Yeah. Registration happened.
Huh?
Registration happened.
Yeah. Hello. Good afternoon. Welcome to this keynote session. We have a galaxy of luminaries who will be delivering keynote address in this conference. As I read the name, may I request the dignitary, the speaker, to come on the stage and be seated on the stage, please. So, in the keynote address and conference trajectory, we have Dr. K.S. Radhakrishnan, Vice President, BJP, former Vice Chancellor, Sri Shankaracharya University. Dr. K.S. Radhakrishnan, may I request, sir, to please take your seat at the dais. We have a special person for the special address, Peace and Reconciliation for the conference. We have Senator Saraswati Kandaswamy, Deputy Minister, Government of Malaysia. She'll be joining online. We have special address by Ambassador Sri T.S. Tirumurthy, retired ambassador, former permanent representative of India to the UN. May I request Mr. T.S. Tirumurthy to come to the dais? We have special address by Sri Sharavanan Dhanapalan, co-chair, Bar Council of Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Sri Sharavanan Dhanapalan. So our first keynote address is by Dr. K.S. Radhakrishnan. I'll read out his short bio. Dr. K.S. Radhakrishnan is a former chairman of the Kerala Public Service Commission, prior to which he was Vice Chancellor of Sri Shankara University of Sanskrit in Kaladi. He has more than 20 years of teaching experience at the postgraduate level. His specialization is in Advaita system, Gandhian studies, and philosophy of science. He has published 12 books and over 100 articles in various journals and periodicals. Dr. Radhakrishnan has deep insights into Hindu philosophy and is able to understand even the apparently smaller nuances. As an independent-minded philosopher and thinker, he is aware of, but not influenced by different schools of philosophy. We look forward to his insights as part of this session. Dr. Radhakrishnan.
Distinguished dignitaries on and off the dais, and my dear friends, may I congratulate Vishnu Mohan Foundation and Swamiji for the pains he has taken and pain he endures to organize a seminar on peace and reconciliation consecutively for the last 10 years. 10 years, it's not a short period, but all these years, he has been contemplating on how is it possible to resolve the issues related to violence. Thank you very much, Swamiji, for your efforts because it deserves. And this time,
you are being assisted by or assisted by this great institution, Vinayaga Research Mission. And I also take this opportunity to congratulate them. I am with 15 minutes and 3 points. Then the concept paper published by this organizers of this seminar claims that there is a reduction at the macro level of violence because we are not concerned of that much battles and wars all around the world, except certain conflicts occurred here and there. But my question is entirely different. I would say that there is a paradigm shift as far as violence is concerned from the macro level to the micro level. That's why the crime rate is increasing day by day. The battlefield has been changed from the borders of the continents and countries, and it has taken place, it's abroad, in the mind space of the individuals concerned. So there is an increase of violence, not at the macro level because we are not able to see the regular and frequent wars and battles, but everywhere we are concerned of the occurrence of crimes. I am from the state of Kerala, and we have got the higher crime rates when compared to the other states of India. Higher rates of the women and the atrocities against women, higher rates concerned with the crimes related to the dowry conflicts, and also crimes related to the individual conflicts. Though there are no wars going on in the different countries and in the continents, the crime rate is increasing because of the fact that the individual mind has been confiscated by the tendency to commit crime. Why it happens? So we have to change the trajectory from the world scenario to the individual minds. We have to address the micro level of conflicts. The conflict that occurs in and around the society everywhere. So just because of the fact that the macro conflicts have been reduced, we cannot say that peace prevails in the world. Because if the human mind is free from violence, I am quite sure that one cannot be free from wars and battles. This is my first point. The second point is that, see, there are philosophical systems which propagate binary categories, and based on the binary categories, they present a picture of conflicts. If we go back to the time of the Greek period, we can see the bifurcations. The space-time, body-mind, one, many, permanent, change and permanence, sinner, saint, God, man, individual society, citizen state, etc., etc. And we celebrate such philosophies. My question is, if we create two categories which are mutually exclusive, and if we are concerned with the operation of these two categories, naturally there will be conflicts. You cannot get a free world which is free from conflicts if you admit the mutually exclusive categories. Take the case of sinner and saint. or the citizen and state. See, a romantic philosopher, Rousseau, has been celebrated by the poets all over the world and the so-called free thinkers for the fact that he said, man is born free, but he is in chains everywhere. And that free man has been chained by whom? By the society. So the state. The state or the society has been placed as an enemy to the individual. And an enemy is to be finished off, otherwise you will be finished by the enemy. This is the theory. So if you present an enemy, either the society, and Thomas Hobbes on the contrary said that man by nature is nasty, brutish and selfish. He can never be permitted to lead a free life. He should be chained and controlled by the state or the society. So wherever you go, the mutually exclusive categories prepared by the philosophers really encourages conflicts. That's my point. Whether it is in the social philosophy, political philosophy, or moral philosophy, in moral philosophy, you come to the concept of the sinner and the saint. The sinner is a sinner, and he has to be there in the hell or something like that. See, the natural development of these philosophical systems paved the way for the utterance made by Sartre that the other is the hell. The other is the hell. A hell is to be hated. So my point is that the moment you think that mutually exclusive binaries are possible constructs in philosophy, you are admitting the conflicts. Wherever there is conflicts, there will not be any form of non-violence. Then the third point, which I would like to present is, we have to define the non-violence, the term non-violence in a logically consistent manner, and that is to be presented to the students. Nowadays, suppose a student asks the teacher, sir, what is meant by non-violence? Abstain from killing. This is the general answer given by the teachers right from the kindergarten to the PhD level. Abstain from the killing. Is it practically possible? No human being can live a single movement without killing something. Maybe the micro world. The world in which I live is filled with microbes. When I wave my hands are destroying crores and crores of microbes. When I eat something, Swamiji is an uncompromising vegetarian, but that uncompromising vegetarian also is committing killing when you eat a bit of rice. Because the life element in a bit of rice and the life element in me are identical. So nobody can claim that since I'm a vegetarian, I'm not committing violence. So that's why it is said, Jivo Jivasya Jivanam. If you want to live, you have to depend on the other beings and you have to kill it. So if you try to teach the students that non-violence is to abstain from killing, the students naturally will mock at you and they won't believe you. The teacher says something which is unbelievable. How can she or he say that this is what we have to do? No. So our primary duty is to define what is non-violence in a practically and logically consistent manner. Fortunately, I am proud of one fact that Indian culture, especially the aphorisms uttered by the rishis, has specifically defined the term non-violence in a logically consistent manner, and that too, that can be seen in the first mantra of the Ishavasya Upanishad. Ishavasyam idam sarvam yatkinja jagatyam jagat tena taktena bhunjidha. That is the term. Take the minimum. Since you have to depend on other creatures, you have to confine yourself on the theory that you have to take the minimum. So take the minimum, use the minimum use of power, the minimum use of wealth, the minimum use of fame, and the minimum use of worldly pleasures. That is what is meant by non-violence. Not the fact that one can abstain from killing entirely because it is highly impractical, nonsensical, and illogical concept. So what is logically possible is that I have no other go, so I have to depend on the minimum. Then the next question is, who is the competent authority to fix the minimum? Is it the city rationing officer? Nowadays, the minimum is to be fixed by the city rationing officer that this is the unit for the adult, this is the unit for the non-adult. So for children, half unit, and for adult, full unit. That is absolutely an impractical fixation of the minimum. But Indian system says that the minimum is to be fixed by the person concerned. I have to fix my minimum. And I am the competent person to fix my minimum, and nobody else is competent to impose that this is the law by which you have to fix your minimum. No, I am the person. I have to fix my minimum. Then how is it possible to do the practical job of fixing the minimum? The technical term that has been used in the Bhagavad Gita is that nirahara. Nirahara is not in the, as it has been understood by the contemporary politicians. And here I am one of the laurels given to my name is I am the vice president of BJP. That is a fact, but I am an accidental intruder to politics. An accidental intruder, but I like it. There also you can do many things. See, no area can be defined as this is the area where one cannot go. Every area is open to all. You should go there and you should find out what happens there. They are also dealing with people. They are concerned with the effects, the cause and effects of the people, why they suffer, suffering at a different level. Here we are concerned with the sufferings of the people at a large level. But they are also concerned with the sufferings of the people. So you cannot avoid them or you cannot marginalize them. So what I'm telling is that, so the nirahara means to conquer your mind and control your sense organs. This is what is meant by nirahara. If one is able to conquer his mind and control his sense organs, then he can fix his minimum. So the process of fixation of that minimum has been brilliantly explained in the first chapter of the Rig Veda, when Rig Veda defines yajnam as yajnam adhvara. Yajnam adhvara. Adhvara means ahimsa, non-violence. So when you practice nirahara, you are transforming your life to a yajna. And such a transformation of life to yajna, that alone is, I think, a logically consistent answer. You cannot remain without killing something, without doing any harm to anyone. Even words are so powerful to harm you than the weapons. Words are the most powerful weapons. I'm coming to the last part of my speech. Then how is it possible to practice this? Theoretically, there should, see, the separation of theory and practice, that is absolutely nonsensical. What is the use of a theory which cannot be practiced? There is a theory which can never be practiced. That's why Plato remains as an impractical man. Because Plato created a Socrates, not a historical Socrates who taught him, but a real Socrates who has never seen or experienced by anyone other than Plato. That ideal Socrates, the idea of a Socrates, what a nonsense it is. If there is a theory, that theory must be able to be practiced by one and all. You cannot say that this is the theory that is meant for a very specific group who are termed as the experts. No. In ordinary life, one must be able to practice every theory at his own level at least. So, theory and practice can never be separated. Now what happens is that the theory of the absence of wars, conflict, and battles in society and the practice are separated. And everything can be justified in terms of the diplomatic language that, no, this is what the diplomacy says. And unfortunately, nobody understands what exactly is the meaning of the diplomatic language. Diplomatic language means the language that conceals many things and projects something that is not the part of it. The concealment of something and projection of the other thing is technically termed in Indian systems of thought as Maya. So that they really create a world of Maya which communicates nothing, which remains as indefinable. So, my dear friends, when we think of peace, harmony, and the reconciliation of the violence, we have to be to the core practical. And we have to be logical. And also, we must be able to understand that everyone is capable to practice peace. And nowadays, we have to address every individual to establish peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Radhakrishnan. May I request Dr. Anuradha Ganeshan, Vice President, and Dr. Satyamurthy, Director, to give honor the speaker. And also, Swamiji wanted me to inform this, that Dr. Radhakrishnan has written a very interesting book, and the title is very interesting. I'm going to read that book, Advaita and Marxism. Very intriguing, and Swamiji wanted me to inform this to the audience. Thank you. Our next speaker will be joining online. And the speaker is Senator Saraswati Kandaswamy, Deputy Minister of National Unity, Malaysia. Short bio. Senator Saraswati Kandaswamy hails from the state of Penang and is the first Indian female Deputy Minister to be appointed as the member of the cabinet in Malaysia. She graduated with a Master of Law in International Trade Law from the University of London, specializing in maritime studies. She was a practicing lawyer and a legal advisor to Tamil Malar newspaper before assuming duties as Deputy Minister of Entrepreneur and Cooperatives Development. Currently, Senator Saraswati is Deputy Minister of National Unity, Ministry of National Unity. She also had held the position as chairman of the Skills Development Fund Corporation, an agency under the Ministry of Human Resources. She still serves as the vice president of Malaysian term Parti Keadilan Rakyat. I hope I pronounce it properly. Parti Keadilan Rakyat. Senator Saraswati Kandaswamy.
Namaskar and Vanakkam. Swami Sri Hari Prasad, the Managing Director of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, His Excellency Dr. K.S. Radhakrishnan, Vice President of BJP, former Vice Chancellor, Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kaladi, His Excellency Ambassador Sri T.S. Murthy, former Ambassador, Permanent Representative of India to the United Nations, New York, Sri Saravana Dhanabalan, Co-Chairman Bar Council of Tamil Nadu and Puducherry and Chairman of Central Law College, Salem, Sri Ramesh Chenitala, MLA, former Leader of Opposition, Kerala Assembly, Thiruvananthapuram, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and participants, it's with great sincerity and profound gratitude that I'm present virtually here today for the 10th Annual Conference on Peace and Reconciliation. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation for hosting this significant event, for their unwavering commitment to promoting peace in our communities and around the world. As we gather here today, we acknowledge the path we have traveled over the past decade. The significance of the work being done cannot be overstated. Each one of you, practitioners, thinkers, advocates, and visionaries, has played an integral role in fostering dialogue where there has been division, compassion where there has been conflict, and understanding where there has been misunderstanding. In a world that often feels divided, the themes of peace and reconciliation resonate more than ever. We live in times marked by conflict, strife, and uncertainty. Yet amidst this chaos, our collective belief in our power of dialogue and understanding remains a beacon of hope. Peace is not merely the absence of conflict. It is the presence of justice, equity, and mutual respect. Reconciliation requires more than just words. It demands action, courage, and often a willingness to confront our unhealed wounds. It invites us to listen to one another and to acknowledge the stories of those who have been marginalized and silenced. History has shown us time and again that true peace arises when justice is served, when the oppressed are heard, when the marginalized are uplifted, when those wronged are given the opportunity to seek redress. That is when we begin to witness the power of peace. Peace does not flourish in an environment of inequality or oppression. It is born where we have the courage to confront injustice and take action to heal the wounds of the past. In the context of Malaysia, we are glad that peace and unity can be achieved in a society where different cultures, languages, and religions coexist. We, the Malays, Chinese, Indians, indigenous, and countless other communities demonstrate that our diversity is a powerful force where we unite in harmony. Our nation has long thrived because we have understood the beauty of living together in peace, not despite our differences, but because of them. But harmony is not a passive state of affairs, it's an active pursuit. It requires effort, understanding, and most importantly, justice. Justice is the cornerstone of harmony. Without justice, there can be no true peace, and without peace, there can be no genuine unity. It is justice that ensures that every Malaysian, regardless of background, is treated with fairness and dignity. It is justice that allows us to uplift those who have been left behind, to address inequalities, and to heal divisions. In Malaysia, unity in harmony means that we do not merely tolerate one another, we celebrate one another. We understand that the strength of our nation comes from our collective will to work together, to build bridges, and to honor the cultural and social richness that each of us bring. Unity is not about erasing our differences. It's about weaving those differences into a fabric of our shared identity. It is about creating a space where every voice, no matter how different, can be heard and respected. This unity in harmony is what allows us to thrive as a nation. It is the spirit that sustains us through challenges and celebrations alike. It is what makes Malaysia a beacon of hope for the world, an example that peace and unity are possible even in the face of diversity. To achieve lasting peace, we must remember that justice must always precede it. But peace cannot be sustained without unity in harmony. Taking from Malaysian experiences, I emphasize that we must continue to honor and protect the values of fairness, respect, and mutual understanding. We must ensure every one of us, regardless of their race or background, has equal opportunities to contribute to the shared prosperity of all nations in the world. Reconciliation means that we as a nation must actively engage in healing and in forgiveness. It means we must listen to one another, understand each other's struggles, and extend our hands in friendship so that we may build a future grounded in peace, justice, and mutual respect. We are called upon to engage in this sacred work of reconciliation. We must seek out justice not just for the wrongs of the past, but also be prepared for any uncertainty in the future. We must work together to heal the wounds of division, to embrace our diversity, and to create a society where every person has the opportunity to live with dignity and equality. It's only then we will truly know peace. As we embark on this 3-day journey with the conference, let us challenge ourselves to look beyond differences and work towards a shared vision of a peaceful future. Let us harness the knowledge of our diverse backgrounds, experiences, and wisdom to inspire pathway to healing. I encourage you all to engage fully in the workshops, discussions, and activities planned over the next few days. Let your voices rise, your hearts open, and your minds expand. Each conversation can sow the seed of positive change, and each idea can spark the flame of reconciliation. Throughout this conference, we will hear inspiring stories of success, initiatives that have transcended barriers, healed communities, and brought people together in their quest for a harmonious coexistence. Let these stories remind us that while the journey of peace may be fraught with challenges, it is also filled with opportunities for profound transformation. And for the year 2025, the theme of Peace Conference is Peace is Born of Justice. There is a common perception that we are living in increasingly dangerous and violent times. However, historical records suggest otherwise. In the last 50 years, the world has seen fewer wars, lower war-related fatalities, and the lower number of concurrent conflicts in recorded history. Why then does the world feel so unsettled? Much of our sense of peace is tied to justice. whether we believe it's truly being served. There is a growing fear that true justice is a privilege enjoyed by only a few. While laws and regulations provide a framework for justice, the outcome often do not feel just. Some face severe punishment for minor offences, while others escape consequences due to legal technicalities rather than actual innocence. True justice has many interpretations: morally defensible, fair, timely, or contextually appropriate. When justice appears subjective, ambiguous, or biased, it is often perceived as incomplete or flawed. Her Holiness Sri Sadguru Swami Janananda Saraswati once said, "One can escape human justice, but one cannot escape divine justice." In today's world, justice must not only be fair and firm, but also swift and impartial, ensuring trust in the system. This conference, the 10th in the series and the second under the theme Peace is Born of Justice, will explore how justice is perceived, delivered, and experienced. Discussions will focus on ways to establish a just framework that enhances both societal and individual peace. The 10th Annual Conference on Peace and Reconciliation will be an important platform for dialogue and collaboration, fostering a deeper understanding of how justice is integral to achieving lasting peace. Participants can expect a rich exchange of ideas, innovative solutions, and actionable strategies to promote justice and reconciliation in their respective spheres. Let us leave here not just with ideas, but with renewed commitment to act, to inspire, and to lead. Together, let us be the architects of peace and the champions of reconciliation in our communities and beyond. Thank you.
For that inspiring speech. Our next speaker is Ambassador Mr. T.S. Tirumurthy. Ambassador T.S. Tirumurthy, Sri T.S. Tirumurthy is a career Indian diplomat with a career spanning 37 years. Since joining IFS in 1985, he has served Indian interest in various capacities. It's a very impressive list and connects with all the major international developments. I read some of them. He was a permanent representative of India to the United Nations, United Security Council. He was chair Taliban sections, chair Libyan chair Taliban sanctions, chair Libyan sanctions, chair Counter-Terrorism Committee, High Commissioner of India to Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur between 2013 and 2018, Deputy Chief of Mission, Indian Embassy, Jakarta, Indonesia, Counselor, Indian Embassy, Washington, first Indian representative to the Palestinian Authority, Gaza, first Secretary, Permanent Mission of India to the UN, Geneva, Switzerland, and diplomatic posting, Indian Embassy, Cairo, Egypt. And it's also interesting to know he's completed his Arabic language diploma. And Secretary Economic Relations, oversaw development of development partnerships, Gulf Arab World, Africa, Joint Secretary United Nations, Economic and Social, Joint Secretary Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Maldives, BSM Division, Director, Foreign Secretary's Office, and Under Secretary Bhutan. And special roles like Indian negotiator on climate change and environmental issues. And he's authored 3 books. Ambassador Sri T.S. Tirumurthy.
Respected Swamiji and members of the Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, distinguished dignitaries of the Vinayaka Missions Research Foundation, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Senator and Deputy Minister Saraswati Kandaswamy from Malaysia, a country where I had the great honor to serve more than 4 years as High Commissioner, my dear students and friends. It's indeed a great pleasure to be here at the Vinayaka Mission to share my thoughts on peace and reconciliation. And I congratulate Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation for the 10th annual conference on the topic which has become the most important one in the world of today. I thank Swamiji for the invitation and the Vinayaka Mission for being gracious hosts. I'm particularly delighted to address youngsters and students who will inherit the world which is desperately searching for peace and reconciliation. When we look around us, we find that the world order, the global order, which we have known in the last several decades, is breaking down. Let me add that this breaking down of the world order did not start a few months ago. International law, international rules and regulations continue to be violated with impunity and without accountability, much before the second term of President Trump. You youngsters and students will inherit a world where wars and conflicts in the last decade have taken away thousands of lives, especially in the recent past, in Gaza or in Ukraine, which is really the heart of Europe. More than 51,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza in 18 months, and majority of them are women and children. There is no sanctity to ceasefires. And you all know that before this, we saw the brutal attack of Hamas on the Israelis. And they have taken away hostages, many of them were still with them. We just saw how the US brokered ceasefire in Gaza. And this just as suddenly gave, the US gave the green signal to Israel to break its own US brokered ceasefire. We are also witnessing conflicts everywhere. For example, in Sudan, where the 2-year civil war has resulted in a conservative estimate of more than 60,000 killed in the capital of Khartoum region alone. And I'm not sure how many of us around the world even know about this civil war. We have serious conflicts in Lebanon, in Syria, or in Haiti. And many of us are just watching it happen either deliberately or helplessly. My dear students, you will inherit a world where democracy is under threat, whether in our neighborhood, like we saw in Afghanistan, in Myanmar, or recently in Bangladesh, or a few years earlier in Sri Lanka, or in many countries in Africa in the recent past. And you are already seeing governments being overthrown by force, whether the military takeover in Myanmar or the Taliban takeover, forceful takeover in Afghanistan, the takeover by Islamic radical group in Syria now, or even in countries of Latin America. Ironically, even in Europe, the so-called citadel of democracy, you are seeing right-wing candidates being stopped from contesting elections, even after the first round of voting is over. So much for the Western democratic values. You will inherit a world where proxy wars and non-state actors and terrorism are taking center stage. Look at how the West is fighting Russia through Ukraine. When Ukraine and Russia sat down to negotiate, just 2 months after the war began in 2022, the West sabotaged the talks and made sure that Ukraine fought the war. Look at Iran fighting Israel through non-state actors like Hezbollah in Lebanon and the Houthis in Yemen. In fact, These non-state actors have become a state within a state. You will inherit a world where the multilateral system is breaking down, whether the United Nations or the World Trade Organization. The developing countries and the global south are coming under tremendous pressure, including facing the fallout of unilateral sanctions by the West. You are aware of how the United States imposed sanctions on Iran. And because of that, India was forced to bring down its oil imports from Iran to zero. Earlier, we were importing 10 to 13% from Iran, and because of the sanction, we had to bring it down to zero. You will inherit a world where, in addition to wars and conflicts, we face global challenges which need global solutions. Climate change and environment, energy, sustainable development, technology, especially cyber, outer space, the oceans, and of course, pandemics like COVID-19. These challenges are much bigger than what a single nation state can deal with by itself. And in the midst of all this, the world is being divided on religious lines. We not only see Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and Christianophobia, but we also see the rise of religiophobia against non-Abrahamic religions, including hate crimes against Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, and others. All religiophobia should be condemned uniformly and not just a select few. Above all, you will be inheriting a world where not just the liberal order is breaking down, but even values are breaking down. And human life is losing its meaning. Never has the need for peace and reconciliation been more important, and never has the world been more divided by wars, conflict, and disregard for human life. In the midst of all this, we now have the second term of President Trump. Suddenly, what is energizing countries into action is tariffs imposed on the world by the US administration. It does not seem to matter whether 51,000 are killed in Gaza or 61,000 are killed in Khartoum in Sudan, but what seems to matter now for most countries is whether European and Japanese cars can be exported to the United States, or whether Harley Davidson can be sold in India without customs duty, or the crash of the stock markets. But this is also a period of contradictions. The United States is trying to bring about ceasefire in the Ukraine war between Ukraine and Russia, even as it agreed to Israel breaking its own ceasefire in Gaza. What is equally evident is that with the US going after both their allies and their adversaries, each country is now looking for itself or looking out for itself. The direct fallout is that no country has the bandwidth to look at resolving conflicts or enforcing international law or tackling global challenges. They are fending for themselves. And in this, the developing countries will be badly hit. As they say, when elephants dance, the ants get trampled. But interestingly, lack of leadership during the unraveling of the world order also opens up space for big countries to step in and play a role. And India, with its democratic, multicultural, and pluralistic ethos and heritage, is eminently poised to play such a role. Friends, Swami Vivekananda said, and I quote, "The only condition of national life, of awakened and vigorous national life, is the conquest of the world by Indian thought," unquote. Don't brush this statement away as philosophy or wishful thinking.
When it comes to statecraft and foreign policy, we have had a plethora of extraordinary texts over centuries encapsulating this Indian thought, like Arthashastra, Niti Sara, Agni Purana, Sukraniti, and even our own Tirukkural. These texts have also laid down normative standards to be adhered to for international relations and statecraft. Mahatma Gandhi himself used satyagraha and ahimsa, truth and non-violence, as political weapons. Indian thought has also been deeply influenced by Buddhist thought, like you saw with the diplomatic initiatives of Emperor Ashoka or the intellectual initiatives of the Nalanda University. During colonization, we imbibed much of what the West could offer us on statecraft, and we never really turned our back to the West. Now, I am not suggesting that we go back to the past. I am merely tracing our rich inheritance of statecraft, which is already embedded into our thought. And that is why, at the turn of our independence, when we were accosted by the Cold War, with two power blocks on either side, one led by the United States and the other led by Soviet Union, we put our wisdom to use. We adopted the policy of non-alignment, where we refused to join either of the two power blocks. We assumed leadership and showed the way to developing countries that there was indeed a third path, the path of non-alignment. Over the years, our leadership has taken decisive steps in conflicts in our own neighborhood, which you all are aware of, whether in Bangladesh in 1971, when we helped stop genocide and give birth to a new nation, or in Sri Lanka in 2009 by helping them to defeat the LTTE, or in the Maldives in 1988 by stopping armed mercenaries overthrow its president. Let there be no mistake. India has been an active net contributor to global public good, whether through the vaccine Maitri during COVID or through robust climate action, including the establishment of the International Solar Alliance, or through sharing of digital public infrastructure to the world, or through its role as the first responder during natural disaster, like we have just seen in Myanmar, where the Indian relief and medical team landed immediately after the massive earthquake. All I'm saying that is that in the face of unilateralism and fragmentation of the world order, while our first instinct is to protect India's interest and navigate the uncertainties accompanying it, our larger global interest will be better served if we, India, seizes the opportunity to play a bigger leadership role and a bigger leadership geopolitical role. Friends, in the last 2 decades, India rightly prioritized economic growth, both under the UPA government and now under the NDA government. This catapulted India to the 5th largest economy. Having reached there, we seem to have convinced ourselves that if we take an active political role in world affairs, in global affairs, or in regional conflicts, it would adversely affect our growth and development. India is the 5th largest economy, aiming to become the 4th. We pride ourselves as a thriving multicultural democracy. We are aspiring for the permanent seat of the UN Security Council, which incidentally is a geopolitical body and not just an economic body. We aspire for we want to be an important pole in multipolar world. Naturally, the international community expects India to play that role which we aspire for. In the UN Security Council, India has always said that decisions taken in the Council are not credible without the participation of the world's largest democracy. Then this logic should apply equally to decisions taken outside the Security Council, isn't it? In fact, our Prime Minister did not hesitate to visit Russia last year in the midst of the Ukraine war. He conveyed to the Russian president that this is not an era of war and pressed him not to use nuclear weapons. And as far as the voting is concerned in the Security Council, you will all recall that we abstained on the UN Security Council votes on the Ukraine war, when there was considerable pressure on us to vote against Russia. And in fact, our abstention helped other developing countries make up their mind, and they also started abstaining on this resolution. India's emphasis on peaceful, direct negotiations is the direction which the parties to the conflict hopefully should take now. So, why do we need to hesitate to take a more active role in conflicts around the world, especially if we have big stakes in those regions, like in the Middle East or, for example, in the South China Sea? Let us not forget, and I'm giving an example, that if anything were to happen in the South China Sea and Taiwan, India's GDP will be very badly impacted. So, India, as a big power, is not immune from conflicts around the world. The flip side is that if we do not play an important geopolitical role, we are ceding space to countries like Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, or even Oman to tackle conflicts in the regions where our stakes are very high. The meeting between Ukraine and Russia in 1922 took place in Turkey. The recent US-Russia and US-Ukraine talks are taking place in Saudi Arabia. Recently, presidents of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo met in Qatar to forge a ceasefire in eastern Congo. And the US-Iran talks, which are probably going to take place tomorrow, day after, is going to take place in Oman. Friends, our adversarial relationship with China is not going to vanish anytime soon. And our trade deficit with China is only going to increase. Therefore, strengthening of our alignments with our friends outside our region is crucial, especially for our supply chain resilience, whether it is with East Asian countries or with the European Union or with Africa. When the liberal world order has broken down, India can and should play a bigger and sustained geopolitical role. And we need to indicate our readiness to do so. So let us seize the opportunity presented to us in this Trumpian world, which promotes unilateralism and fragmentation. The message of India for dialogue, negotiations, peace, and humanity is even more relevant today. The leadership of India, in many ways, is necessary and inevitable. India has the leadership to do it, and India has the necessary intellectual ability to do it. Friends, I thank you all once again for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts in
Thank you,
this
sir.
very important conference.
Now, I invite our Honorable Madam Chancellor and Director Research to felicitate Sri T.S. Tirumurthy with a memento and shawl. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am.
Our next speaker is Sri Sharavanan Dhanapalan, who's the co-chairman of the Bar Council of Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Can you please maintain silence? The last rows, can you please come forward? So our next speaker is Sri Sharavanan Dhanapalan, co-chairman of the Bar Council of Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Is a distinguished legal counsel, arbitrator, mediator, academician, philanthropist, With over 22 years of legal practice, he holds key academic positions as executive member of the National Law University, Trichy, Senate member of Tamil Nadu, Dr. Ambedkar Law University, Chennai. He chairs two premier institutions, the Central Law College, Salem, Central Learning Campus, CBSE at Aircard, and is a founder chairman of the Center for Mediation and Arbitration, CEMA, promoting efficient dispute resolution through mediation and negotiation. Sri Sharavanan has led notable relief efforts during Chennai floods, various other calamities, Kerala floods, and COVID-19 pandemic. And he is also a life member of many national bodies like Indian Law Institute and Cosmopolitan Club. His work reflects a deep commitment to legal reform, education, and public service. Sri Saravanan.
Very good afternoon and good evening, all. It is always difficult to address the gathering after post-lunch. That too, the host institution has provided us with a wonderful lunch. Thank you. And today is a very auspicious day. That is Pangani Uttram, a special day for the Lord Muruga. And second importance is today is observed as a national day for safe motherhood. Mother means selfless. On this selfless day, today's Peace and Reconciliation Conference was inaugurated by our Honorable former Prime President, Ramnath Govindji. The previous speakers, respected Dr. K.S. Radhakrishnan, Vice President of BJP, former Vice Chancellor, Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kaladi, who delivered his keynote address, particularly mentioned about the non-violence. The next speaker was Her Excellency, Senator Saraswati Kandaswamy, the Deputy Minister of Entrepreneur Development Cooperatives, Government of Malaysia. She highlighted on the unity of diversity and unity in harmony. The last previous speaker mentioned about respected Sri Tirumurthy, former ambassador, former permanent representative to United Nations, Government of India. He highlighted on the conflicts and war between countries. And my thanks to Ms. Anuradha for considering my name and referring my name to the organizers. I would like to appreciate and congratulate the organization Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation for organizing this wonderful conference on the theme Peace and Reconciliation. This is its 10th edition. I profoundly extend my appreciation to the managing trustee, Swami Sri Hari Prasad, and all the other trustees. And this conference is hosted by Vinayaka Missions Research Foundation. I should mention here for the help and support extended for this conference by the esteemed and my beloved brother, Dr. Ganesan Shanmugasundaram, the Chancellor of Vinayaka Missions Research Foundation, and Dr. Anuradha Ganesan, Vice President of Vinayaka Missions Research Foundation. We all gathered here today to reflect on one profound truth. Peace is born of justice, not silence, not submission, but justice, fair, fearless, and inclusive. In today's fractured world, this is more than a slogan. It's a survival strategy. Let's begin with education, the quiet architect of peace, and yet we are witnessing its denial in real time. In Pakistan, tribal regions and Afghanistan under Taliban influence, millions of girls are barred from schools. In Gaza, classrooms have turned to rubble. In India, debates around curriculum changes and censorship of historical injustices raise tough questions. Are we educating for peace or programming for polarization? Education is the first step and also the first casualty in any conflict. Whereas education also leads to peace as per Global Peace Index chart of 2024. Iceland is the most peaceful country globally. Literacy rate is really high, estimated to be 99%. Ireland, the second most peaceful country nation, literacy rate is also very high, around 99%. Austria holds the third position in the Global Peace Index. The literacy rate is approximately 99%. New Zealand is considered to be the most peaceful country in the Asia Pacific region and fourth globally. Overall literacy rate is closer to 99%. Singapore, the Asian country, achieved a spot in the topmost 5 peaceful countries. Literacy rate is high, estimated to be around 97%. Switzerland, the 6th most peaceful country, literacy rate is approximately 99%. Portugal, the 7th position in the Global Peace Index, again the literacy rate is 95%. Why I mention this? There is a strong correlation around the peace and high literacy rates. Generally, the most peaceful countries trend to have literacy rates of above 95%. These countries often have well-established education systems, strong social safety nets, and stable governance. Education is not just an acquisition of facts and figures. It is a transformative process that shapes future minds, enhances understanding, and empowers individuals to become mentors of humanity and positive change. It is bedrock upon which a culture of peace can be built, brick by painstaking brick. அறிவுனுள் எல்லாம் தலை என்பதீய செருவார்க்கும் செய்யாவிடல். திருக்குறள் 203வது அதிகாரம். The purpose of knowledge is to make a man humane and sympathetic. Instead of playing one in one's own coin and following tit for tat policy, should refrain from doing evil even to his enemies. Morning also somebody mentioned about this. The best form of knowledge consists in such a Catholic attitude. Forgiveness is the best form of revenge. Education, I believe, is an ultimate weapon. But what destroys that future faster than any bullet is corruption. In countries like Pakistan and Russia, institutional corruption fuels economic instability and public resentment. Without clean governance and rule of law is replaced by rule of power and justice becomes a privilege. Then comes the modern battlefield. The digital world. Cyber security is now the national security. In the Israel-Gaza conflict, artificial intelligence powered surveillance drones and facial recognition technology are being used to track the movements, often raising profound ethical concerns. In China, an artificial intelligence fueled surveillance state monitors every citizen's move, from social credit scores to predictive policing. But this is not limited to authoritarian regimes. We must center our approach around people's rights. In Kashmir, in Meghalaya, in Gaza, the basic rights to identity, expression, and mobility are denied. in the United States, systemic racism and police violence continue to fracture communities. Peace cannot flourish where people feel invisible and disposable. Rights are not negotiable. They are non-negotiable pillars of reconciliation. Let us also confront to cruelest reality the impact of armed conflict on children. In Gaza, the loss of young lives is staggering. In Ukraine, children are being displaced, traumatized, and in some cases, abducted across borders. In Indian border villages and Pakistan tribal regions, generations grow up under the sound of shelling. A child exposed to war may survive, but their peace never does. International law, once our best hope for justice, is now being tested to its limits. In the ongoing war between the Russia and Ukraine, international law is invoked but often ignored. The same is true for the Israel-Palestine crisis, where allegations of war crimes are met with geopolitical silence. If international law is applied selectively, it loses legitimacy and the world loses hope. At the battlefield of Kurukshetra, Arjuna is torn between duty and destruction. He asks Krishna whether it is just to fight his own kin. Krishna reminds him that fighting for justice when Dharma is under threat is necessary, but also teaches detachment from hatred. This duality reflects the complex ethics of modern conflict. When and how force should be used in service of justice and peace. Even when the guns go silent, justice in political societies remains elusive. In Sri Lanka, decades after the civil war, Tamil communities still await closure. In Afghanistan, transitional justice was bypassed entirely in favor of political ends. Reconciliation without accountability is reconciliation in name only. Migration too has become a flashpoint. Millions have fled Ukraine. Thousands continue to escape Gaza and cross across India. Internal displacements due to ethnic violence in Manipur or environmental collapse in coastal regions is quietly mounting. Migration is not just a statistic. It is a scream for safety. How we respond defines our humanity. In this era of social media, holds the power to ignite both peace and hate. We have seen it in India, where viral misinformation has fueled riots. In Palestine, it documents war crimes. In Russia and China, it's censored. Lastly, the artificial intelligence dominated era is upon us. Israel's military has reportedly used artificial intelligence driven target selection in Gaza, raising serious ethical questions. Meanwhile, the United States and India invest in artificial intelligence for defense and predictive policing. We must ask ourselves that artificial intelligence serve justice or erode it further? In a world where war makes headlines and peace often hides in footnotes, we must remember peace is not a passive state. It is a daily choice, as mentioned by the first speaker. It is a result of justice upheld, of rights protected, of voices heard, and of futures built on fairness, not fear. From Gaza to Ukraine, Manipur to Moscow, conflict rages not just with guns, but with injustice, inequality, and indifferences. Whether through a corrupted courtroom, a censored tweet, a denied education, or an artificial intelligence system, peace is eroded every time justice is denied. But the reverse is also true. Again, I come back to the education. The contribution of education to building the desired peace should be there, should be through better foundation of education in school level as well as in the university level education, by equipping individuals with the knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes necessary for empathy, critical thinking, and peaceful conflict resolution. Education plays a crucial role in preventing violence and fostering a culture of peace. Every time we educate a child, defend a right, call out corruption, regulate power, or stand up for truth, even digitally, we push the world closer to peace. பணிவுடையான் இன்சொலன் ஆதல் ஒருவருக்கு அணியல்ல மற்ற பிற. Humanity and pleasant speech are the ornaments of a man. The other ornaments are not the true ones. There is always a difference between human being and being humane. Life's journey cultivates our humanity through experience, learning, growth, empathy, and moral respect. We evolve from being merely human to truly humane by valuing life and helping others. So let us leave here today with clarity. Peace is not born from silence nor from strength. It is born from justice. And justice is not a dream, it is a duty, one we share, one we must never delay. மகிழ்ந்திரு மகிழ்வித்திரு என்று கூறி வாய்ப்புக்கு நன்றி கூறி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you, sir. Again, I invite Honorable Madam Chancellor and Director Research to felicitate Sri Saravanan Dhanapalan. Thank you, everyone. Now, the next session will be Conclave of Council. Please remain seated in your places. Few minutes, the next session will start. Students, please be seated in your places. Others, please assemble back in 5 minutes. The session will start within few minutes. The next session will be led by Dr. Ananda Padmanabhan, Dean, VMLS.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think there's a lot of chaos because of the break. Please get back to your seats. We are going to have something quite exciting and very topical for each of you here. So before I begin, I'd like to just take you all back to 1978. So what happened in 1978? Three world leaders met: Jimmy Carter, Anwar al-Sadat, and Menachem Begin. Jimmy Carter from the United States, Anwar al-Sadat from Egypt, and Menachem Begin from Israel. After about 11 years of war, where there was a conquest of a particular region, the Sinai Peninsula, which was being owned by Israel, taken over from Egypt, and a lot of rivalry that existed. Finally, these three world leaders met at a very famous location. I don't want to mention its name right now, and had negotiations for 13 days. 13 intense days of negotiation that finally led to the monumental decision by Egypt to recognize Israel as a nation. It was the first Arab nation to do so. In return, the Sinai Peninsula was given back to Egypt. Why I mentioned this episode, which led to the famous Accords that gets its name from the place in Maryland, in the United States, where this happened, Camp David, the Camp David Accords of 1978, on account of which, of course, Jimmy Carter won the Nobel Prize subsequently, is because it speaks to the power of diplomacy as a tool to bring about peace. Long-standing violence, long-standing acrimony of more than a decade was solved over 13 days because three world leaders trusted each other. They believed in the power of collaborative diplomacy to bring about peace. So I'm Dr. Anand Padmanabhan, and I serve as the Dean at Vinayaka Missions Law School. And here I am today to bring to you a very special occasion as part of this conference for peace and reconciliation, which is to hear from those who are at the forefront of deploying diplomacy as a tool to bring about peace. Therefore, this panel is rightly aptly titled Diplomacy for Peace, Building Bridges in a Divided World. And we have some amazing speakers here today who are going to take us through the journey of usage of diplomacy to bring about peace. Let me introduce each one of them. So I begin with Rotarian Sri Sanjay Madhavan, who's also the Honorary Consul of Switzerland, Chennai. After 4 decades of professional experience in international organizations in technology development and leadership roles, and after having spent 15 years in Zurich, Switzerland, Dr. Sanjay Madhavan relocated to Chennai in September 2004 to start Infonovum Technologies Private Limited, which helps clients build the world's leading deferred compensation platform that is used by Fortune 100 companies across the United States and Europe. In recognition of all his business interests and long-standing work with Switzerland, he was appointed as the Honorary Consul of Switzerland in 2022. Our next speaker in today's panel is Dr. R.K. Radhakrishnan. He's an award-winning political journalist and an academic who studies refugee integration in protracted situations. He's also a senior associate editor with the Frontline magazine. He's a recipient of Mumbai Press Club's prestigious Red Ink Media Award, which he earned in 2017 for his work in political reporting. He's an invitee to the Tamil Nadu government's subcommittee on refugee integration and concentrates on their mental health and livelihood issues. He's a mentor in workshops on refugee-related issues organized by the UN Refugee Protection Agency, which is the UNHCR. Give him a big round of applause. Our next panelist is Mr. Sachidananda Valan Michael, who heads the UNHCR India Field Office in Chennai, covering operations in South India since 2014. He also currently serves as a member in the State Government Advisory Committee for Sri Lankan Refugees Welfare. Prior to this, he was working in senior positions in an international NGO and has led the operations in southern India. He has also served as consultant to the Government of India, Government of Tamil Nadu, various international agencies and corporate foundations. He has done his post-graduation in social work at Loyola College, Chennai, and has undergone summer school program on forced migration at Refugee Study Center, Oxford University. Welcome to you, sir. The final panelist in today's session is Professor J. Ranganathan, who serves as the Honorary Consul of Myanmar in Chennai. He has conducted the India-ASEAN Summit of September 23, followed by the establishment of Indo-Myanmar Friendship Association, Chennai chapter and Mumbai chapter. He was also instrumental in inaugurating the Myanmar Airways International when they launched a service connecting Chennai International Airport in India and Yangon in Myanmar. He has received several awards like Ambassador for Peace Award, the Buddha Peace Award of 2021, Award of Excellence, NRI Council Award, Peace and Diplomacy Award from the Ambassador of Myanmar to India, and several other accolades. And he is known for facilitating steady and enduring strategic relations between India and Myanmar. Welcome to the panel, sir. Finally, we have a very dynamic moderator. So he is going to be leading the session. I am here to finally introduce him to all of you here. Mr. M. Seshasai, who, when we requested him to put together this panel, put in a lot of energy and enthusiasm and has put in a lot of thought into the kinds of conversations that we are going to witness in the next hour or so. He's an entrepreneurial visionary, a philanthropist, and a diplomat. And he founded Farm Guru to educate children on agriculture. He was appointed as the Honorary Consul for the Republic of Seychelles in 2007 and was recently elevated to the Honorary Consul General's position. He also serves as the Secretary General for the Consular Corps Diplomatique. He has delivered over 750 lectures across diplomatic forums, business platforms, and educational institutions in 4 different countries. He is an acclaimed TEDx speaker and has received the Medal of Honor from the Governor of Tamil Nadu for outstanding diplomatic service. In the world of business too, he has made his mark, having pioneered the bubble top canned water services in Chennai in '94 for the first time, later establishing Asia's largest mineral water factory with Coca-Cola under the brand name Kinley. He was also recognized as India's top Nokia distributor in 2009. As a person who wears multiple hats, he is also a professor at Satyasai Institute of Higher Learning, focusing on marketing and rural entrepreneurship. He has been honored as the best Rotarian twice and serves as secretary for the Rotary Club of Madras and has been recognized for his exceptional leadership as District Protract Committee Chairman among 23 districts from 11 countries. It's a pleasure having you here today, sir. Thank you so much for taking charge of this panel. Over to you, sir. So we have about an hour, sir, and towards the end, we'll have some questions that our students have presented, which I'll be reading out.
Thank you,
Thank you so much.
sir. It's awesome.
I'll be-
And okay, now in Japan, you know how they greet? They bow to each other and say konnichiwa, right? Does somebody know about it? Any student knows? Can you stand up and bow to all of us, please? Come on, one student. Any of you? Yes, awesome. Tambi, brother, can you bow? Can you bow? Come on. Right. Come here, come here, come here. Turn towards the audience and bow to them and say konnichiwa. Give them a good round of applause, please, all of you, right? And have you watched a Kung Fu Panda movie? And do you know how they greet in a Kung Fu Panda movie? They actually hit their fist like this and bend down. Can you come here, girl? You, ma'am. Yeah, come here and show the audience how they do it in China. Come on. Yeah. Give her a good round of applause, all of you, right? When I say salam alaikum, what do you say? Wa alaikum salam. Like, lot of prayers in India end with shanti, 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 which means peace. Though they say konnichiwa, The easiest form of greeting is Moshi Moshi. What do they say? They have to bend down and say Moshi Moshi. Can we all bend down and say Moshi Moshi, please? Then I called Google Akka and asked her, what is Moshi Moshi? She said, it is Shanti Shanti. And this means myself and Sanjay Madhavan might have a physical fight, but toward the end be a great friend. So don't have a fight. Stop a fight, which means peace. When I say Salam Alaikum, it actually means have peace with God. And all of you will reciprocate by saying, which is you too have peace with God. Worldwide, everybody is saying peace, peace. From this morning, at least 1,000 times I've heard the word peace. In India, how do we greet? Can't hear you. Namaste. Namaste is a noun. The verb form of namaste is a beautiful dance composition, right? Can we all fold our hands, bend down a little, close your eyes and say namaskara. That's how they say in the north. In the south, they say namaskaram, which has a phenomenal meaning, which means I see divinity in you and I bow to the divinity in front of me, right? Which also means I see God in you and I bow to the God in front of me, which means when I see God, will I harm you? So we have peace there, right? In Tamil Nadu, how do they greet? இங்க தமிழ் தெரியாதவங்க யாரா இருந்தா கை தூக்குங்க. தமிழ்நாட்டில் எப்படி கிரீட் பண்ணுவோம்? வணக்கம்ல இக்கு இருக்கா? ஆனா சவுண்ட் வந்து அக்கு மாதிரி வரும் இல்லையா? அக்குன்றது ஆயுத எழுத்து தானே? எத்தனை புள்ளி இருக்கு? காட்டுங்க, எல்லாரும் காட்டுங்க. தம்பி அது ஒரு போட்டோ எடு. 2 dots down and 1 dot on top. In my opinion, it means the 2 eyes of mine is looking at the divine eye of yours and I'm bowing to the divinity. என்னுடைய 2 கண்கள் உங்களுள்ள இருக்கும் நெற்றிக்கண்ணான கடவுளை பார்த்து நான் வணங்குகிறேன். ஜோரா கை தட்டேம்மா. So welcome to all of you here, and awesome to see that I have 2 of my colleagues who are honorary consuls, and we have RK sir, and of course Valan sir has been doing a phenomenal work in Chennai. My first question is to my good brother Sanjay Madhavan, Mr. Sanjay Madhavan. It's very difficult for me to call him Mr. because he is the incoming vice president for the association called Consular Corps Diplomatic, which means all the honorary consuls in Chennai have an association and he is the incoming vice president. And the unique thing about him is, I am a honorary consul for Seychelles, he is an honorary consul for Myanmar. We never lived there, but he's one gentleman, like his country, very neutral. He stayed 15 years there and the rest of the, balance of his years, he was in Chennai, which means he knows both the countries very well, right? So in your opinion, sir, your country is the most neutral country in the whole world. In fact, the UN, the Geneva Conventions happen in Switzerland. So how do you think that, the whole thing about peace that started with Switzerland and why the whole world thinks that in spite of your chocolates and your watches and your bank accounts, still it is very peaceful there.
So good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for inviting me. And thank you, Seshasai and fellow panelists. I have a long history with neutrality. It wasn't always the case. Switzerland has a very spring background. And many 400, 500 years ago, all the different cantons each other. And I think it was in the 16th century when they actually formed a truce. And since then, as a country, Switzerland has learned peace is the way to go. I mean, the prosperity that it brought by signing and following following the rules of engagement when dealing with the fellow warring parties has helped the country progress dramatically. And after the war, this World War II, Switzerland, of course, became one of the early countries to be recognized by law, international law, as neutral. And as you know, Switzerland did very well during the war years, not always with the right ethical background. There is a lot of question marks over Switzerland's role during the war. However, they were looking after their interest. And I think today, every country in the world does look after their own interests. And a small country like Switzerland looked after its own interests and furthered the cause of peace, I would say, by making sure that there was a space for diplomacy and a neutral place and a neutral country where people could come and have their discussions, right? So I think Switzerland has played a big part in that role. Switzerland did not join the UN originally, but joined, I think, only as recently as 2002. But it now is an integral part of the UN. The European headquarters is in Geneva, and it forms an intrinsic part of the UN's mediation and brokerage between the warring parties. They have systems in place, and the Swiss are very, very systems oriented. So when they take on a task, they actually define standards, they have accreditation for people who are mediators, and they invest in the entire process of mediation, right? So they actually have a degree that you can do, and those people are accredited mediators, and they play a big, big part in all these discussions and that take place around the world when there is a disagreement.
Thank you. That was a clear explanation. Thank you so much, Brother Sanjay. Sir, the whole world says, I want peace, right? In I want peace, you have I and want. I is an ego. Want is a desire. In I want peace, if you remove the ego and desire, then you have peace. As a media person, I can see that last 2 days I'd been doing more homework about you than all the other three, because I know the other three people. They say that every friend is once a stranger. I met you about a week ago, and now we've become great friends. So like that in a country, when the media comes in, into place, I can see off late there is a lot of stress on media's opinion, unlike the earlier days. You still think that the print media and the social media is making a good impact on creating peaceful situations between countries, and at the same time also confrontation between countries?
Yeah, I think media has a great role to play in both, in creating war, creating peace, creating conditions for peace, creating conditions for war. What we see often is that these days, at least the younger generation, tends to think that you can't say anything in 30 seconds, don't tell it to me. If you can't put your entire gyan in a WhatsApp message or an Insta reel of 30 seconds, not tell it to me. Now, it is impossible to say the most complex things in life, or the fact that any of the wars happen for a reason in just this 30 seconds. And that is where I think we are losing the message more often than not. In fact, if even in this audience, if we start talking about, say, frictions in our society itself, it is not possible to do it in a very short time frame. It takes time, it takes energy, it takes effort, it takes understanding on the part of two people to know what actually the problem is. So the essential thing is that unless you understand what the problem is, you can't come to a solution. That is a very, very simple fact of life. And unfortunately for us, when we look around the world around us, the politicians around us, the officials around us, the people who handle our problems, most of this comes from a place of not really understanding what the problems is. You have seen, the US President Donald Trump come with a series of tariffs and whatnot, which has created so much of distress in the world the past few weeks. There has been turmoil in the markets. There has been uncertainty. What happens during a periods of uncertainty is that the media will play both sides. There will be one part of the media which will support Trump. There will be another part of the media which will be against Trump. Like we have in India, like we have in any other place, there is one particular set of people who will support the dispensation. There is another set of people who will be against the dispensation. Now, this is the crux of the whole issue. If at some point we don't reach a middle path, we don't reach a meeting ground, and that is why diplomacy exists, and that's why peace building, the process itself exists, we will have instances where we misunderstand one another very, very easily and very, very simply across complex issues. If we can't reach an understanding, if we can't understand what the other person is saying, then that is where the seeds of conflict get sown. There are very fundamental issues which we need to address. If you look at the US media, if you look at the entire world media, barring a few media in India. In fact, I saw a picture, I mean, a drawing here, which is for the people of Gaza. Now, if you do the same, drawing now in the US, in a university inside the US, in educational institutions in the US, you can be very easily jailed, or you can be thrown out, because according to their law, if you're a foreign student like an Indian going to the US on an F visa, you're not allowed to take part in any political activity. Now, US has really overlooked this particular law forever, but today they're actually enforcing it. So if taking up for a just cause, what we think is a just cause, not killing children is a just cause, not killing women is a just cause. But unfortunately, if you talk about these things, you can be labeled as belonging to the other side. The othering is what is happening across the world, across the medias, and across everywhere else. I think common meeting grounds can only be had if we give up these extremes and start looking at the middle path and looking at where we can actually build peace. And that is going to be an extremely complex process. It definitely cannot happen in this era of social media. Thank you.
Thank you, RK. That was nice. When I see this gentleman, I actually feel like crying. Give him a good round of applause for that beautiful little guy. Oh, thank you, sir. This gentleman, Mr. Valan, I almost feel like crying. You know why? All of us have an identity. We have an history. We have family names and all that. There are close to about 1,65,000 plus. He might give you the right figure, where people don't have identity and they are stuck in our country. And we do not know what to do. And UNHCR seems to be playing a very vital role. And I would like Mr. Valan to give some information about what you actually do and how. I was also told that you don't have the right for citizenship because you're born here, unlike US, where recently they were trying to take away, Trump was trying to take away that. So could you give your insights on that, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Sai. So it's wonderful to meet you here and to share few information about the refugees, because as UNHCR, as a global refugee agency, the UN Refugee Agency, we represent the issues of refugee, the people who are forced to flee across the world. So there are about close to 112 million people currently, as we are talking, are forced to flee, and they don't have the right to exercise all the things that we all enjoy here. So in Tamil Nadu specifically, we work closely with the governments to see how we can resolve the issues of Sri Lankan Tamils who have been displaced and staying in India for more than 40 years. And they have been born, almost 75% of them been staying in India for 30 plus years, and 45% of them have been born in India for 45% are born in India. But still they don't enjoy all the rights that we have, because they are being governed under the constitutional provision and the legalities that govern all of us. So the citizenship right is not provided to them, is not extended to them. Because of that, for an example, if they have the ability to enroll in institutions like Vinayaka Mission or any other institute in universities, they cannot really go back to the job market where they will get a job and they will be able to support their families. For a matter, if they enroll in the law college, they cannot practice because they are not the citizen of this country. They cannot enroll in the bar and practice law in the courts. So this is a kind of a situation. So what we are trying to do is basically we are trying to reflect why such situation prevails in India. Because when we are all started working as a UNHCR in 1950s, we were given a mandate for only 2 years to operate by the UN General Assembly. So that means within the 2 years, our responsibility was to resolve all the problems of the people who were forced to flee just after the post-World War II. And then we thought, okay, we'll all be done and we'll accomplish our goals and we'll get back to the normal situation. But unfortunately, every year, there are situations that are escalating, and because of that situation that are escalating, people are forced to flee. So as we are talking, the Gaza is being bombed. There are issues in Sudan. There are issues in Ukraine. There are issues in different parts of the world. And that is where we are sitting. And because we are not in the fighting field, we are not seeing the human disaster that is happening around for the fellow human being. So what we all really look forward to have is, we need to listen. Basically, that is what is the crux of the matter is, we need to listen to people. So we need to agree to disagree. But that doesn't mean that we should not put somebody into a container. That is what is proportionately and increasingly happening in the world, that we observe is, we want to kind of see others into a container, and we want them to be practicing and probably doing certain pattern of work or certain pattern of life in a particular way. And if we don't see them doing that, we kind of turn against them, and probably even we are trying to challenge their existence itself. So that is what we would like to see in the world, that we all come together at some point of a time, using whatever the technologies, using whatever the resources that we have, and to provide that particular empathy, the extent that empathy that we have and we should have as a human being, so that we'll be able to give a hand to them to at least have a survival. And second, they can also thrive in the society, where they will be able to lead a life as a fellow human being with all the rights that they can have. So that's what I would like to share as a...
Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. Right. Now we have Professor Ranganathan, who was the history professor and head of the department for Loyola College. So he's been teaching history for a long time. You know, that was like more like a theory. Now suddenly he's given a diplomat post. So Professor, that was theory, and this is, practical. So how did you find the difference, and were you able to see whatever you taught came right in front of you, right? And you had to face. I can see you have so many awards on peace. That means, there were a lot of problems and you solved the peace, and that's why they gave you the award. So I would like you to explain on that.
Pranam Swamiji and Dr. Anuradha, the Vice President of VMRF, and Ms. Kavita, and distinguished audience, my dear student friends, good evening. Myanmar was formerly known as Burma. Burma we call today as Myanmar. It is, I call it as, the Garden of the East. It's a beautiful country in Southeast Asia, connecting, South Asia and Southeast Asia. It is very strategically important to India. And Myanmar is a country which was, during the British time, Myanmar was with India. And only way back in 1938, Myanmar was divided, and in 1948, Myanmar got its independence. And Myanmar is again, recently you all know that March 28th, the earthquake, in Mandalay. Mandalay, is a beautiful, state where the British ruled India by sitting in Mandalay. And that particular place, the Nipito, we call it NPT, was totally, devastated by the, earthquake. The country is a beautiful country. As you all know that we have 15 lakh Indians in the current, Myanmar. Out of 15 lakh Indians, we have 9 lakh Tamils. 9 lakh Tamils are living in Myanmar today. The present, the study says that we have 9 lakh Tamils. And if you come to, Myanmar, that is the formerly Rangoon, presently Yangon, you see lot of temples there. Temples, that like Chennai, you find lot of temples there. And it's a very beautiful city. And whenever we, meet, people, Tamil Changam, or whenever we meet Tamil people in Myanmar, and they say that, right, we want this, we want that. And I feel extremely happy, whatever I can do. I'm doing my best to support, the Myanmar Tamils. And they 10 years back, they requested for a direct flight. Because people coming to Sabrimala, people coming to Tirupati, people going to various temples, they have to come to Chennai, means via they have to come, through some other country. But now we have a direct flight thanks to, the government of Myanmar and government of India. And today we have an aircraft, Myanmar Airways International. And today people are, going to Myanmar and coming to Chennai. So in such a way, that we also inaugurated, Myanmar, India-Myanmar Friendship Association. Myanmar is our immediate neighbor. India has to, is very much concerned about Myanmar. It's our immediate neighbor. So we inaugurated so many, associations in order to bring people closer to India. I fondly believe that people-to-people cooperation is very, very important. That the P2P is very important. G2G is fine, but more than G2G, what I want is the P2P, people-to-people cooperation. That fosters understanding, that fosters peace, that fosters relationship, that fosters development, that fosters solidarity. And today we are going to inaugurate a trilateral highway. Mr. Radhakrishnan must be knowing, trilateral highway, where India, Thailand, Myanmar, all three governments contributed money. And today, that maybe in a few months, we are going to inaugurate the road. If the road is going to be inaugurated, and I always believe roads are the sign of civilization. Good roads are the sign of civilization. And probably by inaugurating this road, you see tourism, traffic will increase, people-to-people contact, trade, commerce, and whatnot. And I believe poverty is again, that I believe it's a root cause of all, evils, I would say. Crime, that's poverty is again, that one has to, for poverty, let us talk about prosperity, not poverty. So in order to, that wipe off all this, that so many activities are happening between India and Myanmar, and that I am a small instrument, that trying here and there to do little things, and that's all about, Myanmar, an ASEAN nation, that, and for this earthquake, Government of India has given all support to Myanmar. There are three countries which are supporting, which are there, who are there in the field, India, China, and Russia. But India's support is amazing, and we are giving overwhelming support to Myanmar. And that government of Myanmar is also grateful to India. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. See, give him a good round of applause for informing us that there's going to be a road formed, which means you can take a car from here and go all the way to Singapore. Am I right, Professor? Which means I'm waiting for a lorry to be in Singapore, which will say sound horn. And I want to see the Singapore police fining that guy. So coming back to Brother Sanjay Madhavan, see, I think Trump is into different league altogether, in terms of tariffs and all that. And by which a lot of countries are, kind of are losing their temper. So with Switzerland, I'm sure he's put some tariffs, right? And is America more benefited out of Switzerland or the other way? And if you are given a position, how will you tackle that, sir?
I don't know exactly what the tariffs for Switzerland are, but in general, any tariffs that are set, there's a mechanism in place. It's the World Trade Organization, and countries are to the mechanism in place to put these numbers. And what's happening today is unilateral, and that's where the problem is. Any kind of unilateral movement by any one country, just because of their size and power in the world, is not something that is good for the world, because you are not following the rule of law. You are adding a lot of instability to the whole entire economic landscape of the world. And there's a lot of uncertainty. And when there's uncertainty, markets will drop. People are not sure what to expect. And as you've seen with countries like China, who have probably a much larger stake in this war, India actually has a quite low one. And Switzerland probably also not too much to worry about with the US. They're going on the on the aggressive side, because they've not been asked. There was no negotiation. So they say, okay, you do 50, I'll do 100. You do 100, I'll do 200. Yeah. And it's a zero-sum game ultimately. They're both going to lose. So diplomacy, discussion, getting forward and sitting in front of a table and making sure that you actually openly discuss what you feel. I do believe is looking at it purely from one angle, right? He's purely looking at the exports of a country towards the imports of a country. And I think it's quite bizarre, because there are some countries, let's say a small country in Africa, their currency is very weak. So naturally, they will not be able to buy dollar value goods of significant amount. How they do import, there's something they do import a lot from, they do export a lot from their country, like minerals, etc. Now, Trump looks at that and says, hey, there's an imbalance, right? So therefore, we're going to add a tariff to you. This makes absolutely no sense. I think his entire plan is to get people to to bow to the emperor kind of situation and try and make a deal with him. I don't think it's going to work because this is an approach that most countries will not, reciprocate in a friendly fashion because ultimately there are years and years of these negotiations that take place in the back rooms where the administrative staff sit and work out these numbers. And if you just throw that all away and come up with a number as simplistic as it is today, that's not going to be helpful.
Thank you. Thank you. RK sir, all your life you'd been writing a lot on the political and, the refugees part of it and all that. Have you ever thought that, that I should have been a writer on entertainment, which we were talking during the lunch, or on cricket, or, finding out truth is kind of addictive to you?
Yeah, I've given it a lot of thought. In fact, I've written about the 2011 and 2013 World Cups. It's a very different high watching cricket and actually, something that I've played over the years and of course writing about it. So it's a completely different high. But look at what the opportunity for change is when you actually write on issues of the day. Of course, I'm not demeaning any other form of writing, please. Cricket is a great sport and it really requires all the attention it has. Maybe I'm better at something else. Maybe I'm better at communicating what is happening across the world. Maybe I'm better at telling that, it is not really important how big you are, how powerful you are. You have to also take into consideration the last person living on the planet. Otherwise, it will not work out for you. What was when we attained freedom, Gandhiji was asked, what is your one, thing that you will tell the rulers of this day? And Gandhiji said, the duty of the Indian nation should be to wipe the tear out of the last man that is inaccessible to reach. That is, his idea of democracy was very simple. Everybody has to live in a system of equity. How do we get to this equity point? We have all kinds of vagaries across the world, across India, for instance. And of course, there are, differences of caste, creed, color, development, all kinds of things that you can think of. Now, how do you achieve this equity? And that has been the kind of inquiry of a lot of people. Social justice, for instance, promotes that concept of equity. When we say that we are going back to our traditions, there are a lot of great things in our traditions, but there are also a lot of bad things in our traditions. Take the instance of refugees, for instance. In India, we have a hierarchy, we have a pecking order for refugees. Can you even believe it? There is one group of refugees which are considered on top of the pile. There is a second group which do not have the exact number of rights that particular group holds. There is a third group which is not included in all these groups. I'm talking about Tibetans, Sri Lankan Tamils, and the rest of the groups. Rohingya, for instance, are illegals. No human being in the world should ever be termed illegal. Governments routinely do this. யாருமே illegal கிடையாதுங்க உலகத்துல. Irregular is possibly a word. That is, why do governments use this word illegal? Because you entered a country without papers. Why do they enter a country without papers? Do they have no other job? Of course, that is not the reason why they enter a country. They enter a country because there is no way otherwise. When there is bombs, falling down in your hometown, in all kinds of places, what do? You run away. If it is not possible to stay within the borders of your country, what you do is you flee to the next country. That is how thousands of Myanmaris, millions of Myanmaris actually came over to Bangladesh. Rohingya came over to Bangladesh. That's why a lot of Tamils, lakhs of Tamils, came over to India. We can't call them illegals and then say that, you can't be part of this country. We will not give you any rights. And that is why Valan and the others are struggling so hard to bring whatever rights we can. So I am part of that struggle. For me, that becomes a little more important to say that these are human beings. They should have the same rights as you and I. In a country which says Vasundhaiva Kudumbakam, we better understand the meaning of Vasundhaiva Kudumbakam, and we should implement it. I am trying to tell the government, please do it in practice.
That was wonderfully said. Give him a good round of applause, please, for that. Okay, I love the way you said, probably because the dominance is becoming more than the dignity, like the vice president of this institution in the morning spoke about that, It is not justice alone. It is the impact on the justice, which is also very important. Very well. One more question for you. During the recent visit to Lakshadweep, Prime Minister was there, and suddenly there was a roar in Mauritius, right? I mean, a lot of people said to boycott Mauritius and all that. So, I mean, this was nobody's fault. Our Prime Minister just wanted to go for a tour and probably have a peaceful day and there. And suddenly when people saw that Lakshadweep is good, it doesn't have proper infrastructure yet, but probably in about a couple of years, we would have a lot of infrastructure there. So what do you think was the strategy there? And how did the press take it in a positive way and gave back the, public in a right way?
Now, my colleagues created havoc.
Maldives, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Maldives. My colleagues created havoc. The issue is this. Prime Minister on January of 2024 goes to Lakshadweep, wants to promote Lakshadweep. End of story. Lovely thing to do. Lakshadweep is a beautiful, beautiful set of islands. But you cannot go there as a tourist because there is only one flight. It goes from Cochin to Agatti. And that is, it has about 60 seats. You can go online and check. I think there is an Air India now also. Air India and Spice, I think. There is not a single seat available for the next 4 months. Because people of Kavaratti, of that entire group of islands travel back and forth. There is a lot of, there are defense personnel, all that and all that. So there is a huge demand in travel up and down. There are not enough flights. The airport there can't handle. Now, of course, our part of our media was so gung-ho and thought that this was the greatest thing. Maldives has had recently, September of 2024, elected a government which was not in favor of India. So we put 2 and 2 together. And of course, new government there, a municipal mayor, municipal corporation's mayor suddenly becomes president of a country. What do you expect? He cannot overnight change and become a diplomat. His people that he put in cabinet, who are basically councillors, I'm sorry to say this, they also are not diplomatically well versed. So they did some, stuff that is considered nonsensical. We are a much larger country. There are 5 lakh people in Maldives, 5.3 lakh, that's it. We are a country of 1.5 billion people today. We should be large-hearted. We could have let it go. But unfortunately, most people in the media are not like that. You have to be gung-ho. You need to beat up somebody, basically. You need an enemy. You need to show who the enemy is and beat that up. That is what happened with Maldives. So Maldivians recoiled. And there was a huge social media backlash against Maldives. Our political parties here in India now have massive social media teams. And, they keep putting out memes and, all kinds of things, taking clippings. Even from what I spoke, you can take clippings and say that I'm anti-Indian. Very easy. Extremely easy to do this. So this has happened in the case of Maldivians. And Maldivians did not know what really hit them. And let us boycott Maldives. And, because a couple of actors were there at that point of time, Bollywood actors. They got scared after, they really, scared of their living daylights. They all took a flight back and came back to India and started saying, no Maldives, non-Maldives, let us all go to Lakshadweep. Now, if people land up in Lakshadweep, they'll actually realize, please go to Lakshadweep to find out how bad things are. We'll take another 50 years to get to the place where Maldives has created infrastructure. They have not created, they just basically leased out islands to big groups. The big, LVs and all kinds of other massive hotel chains, which charge about anything from $2,500 a night to around $50,000 a night. That is the range that they are speaking about. That's a completely different scenario. I don't think we want to get into that kind of tourism because it's completely unsustainable. And Maldives is one of the places that I've seen. For the 5.3 lakh people it has, the amount of waste it generates is completely ridiculous amount. So we should not be going down that path at all. Let us preserve Lakshadweep for what it is. And I'm really, really sorry that my media colleagues took it upon themselves to beat up Maldives. And that is not the way to do any diplomacy at all. We will not achieve anything going down that path. And it is still continuing, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Askey. That is, sir, Palan sir, I heard that there are refugees from Afghan here, and probably other countries also. I wonder sometimes how Afghanistan's landed up in Chennai or South India. In that case, you were talking about a method, and they give a identity card to them, which is given by UNHCR. Am I right? Yes. So how is it that card is helpful for them to kind of have a regular life, and that is my first question. The second question is, if something illegal these people do our laws are governed by them, and if so, is there a lawyer where they can approach and they can kind of, because they don't have money, am I right? So how is it that handled by UNHCR, sir?
Sure. So basically, now looking at who are all in India as refugees. So there are two groups of refugees. One is a group of people who have fled their country seeking safety in India and being recognized by the government, which our friend Dr. RK was just mentioning, like from Tibet, from Sri Lanka. So these people have been given some sort of an identity by the government of India. Whereas the remaining, that is another like 40,000 of them who are in India, have come from different parts of the world, including Afghanistan, including from the Middle East, Yemen, Syria, Iraq, Iran, and also from the African countries like Sudan, South Sudan, and many other countries in Africa. So the reason why they have come here is basically they come to India using, if there is a if there is a road, they come by road. If there is a flight services, they come by flight. So basically, most of them come by flight using a passport, using a visa issued by the Indian government. But after they come back, as rightly mentioned in the international law, any person who is seeking an asylum is not a person who is first time entering into a country. A person who has entered into a country but unable to go back to the country of their origin because it is not safe anymore for them. So in that matters, some of them, including people from Afghanistan, people from Middle East and Africa, continue to stay in India. They try to seek extension of their visas, but most of the time they find it very difficult to get the extension. So that is the reason they come to UNHCR and they register. So how they end up in different parts of India and where are they living in India? They do live in most of the metropolitan cities because that provides them a bit of a opportunity to kind of continue to survive. So they don't thrive, they just survive. The reason is, for an example, a person from Sudan or Middle East come and stay in Chennai, they have an opportunity to go and do an interpretation service because India is a global medical tourism destination. So they come here, people speaking Arabic, they will be able to interpret for them and earn a small money, like maybe a day 500 rupees or 1000 rupees, so that with that they'll be able to survive. So similarly, we see them in different parts of India, and in Tamil Nadu, in Chennai, we have very small numbers. Usually it is between like a 30 to 40. That is the number that we talk about from people from Middle East or from the other parts of Africa and other places. Whereas when we look at people who have come, who are not very much like educated and also do not have entered India through passports or visa, is another community, that is the Rohingyas from Myanmar. They have come to Bangladesh. From Bangladesh, they have reached India. And how do they kind of have been seen is, mostly there is always a negative narratives around people who flee. Because the reason is it's a security threat. So basically, like when it comes to a security threat, what happens is they are being labeled to be of, like as our friend correctly said, they are considered either as illegal or as infiltrators and probably even sometimes terrorists. Unfortunately, that is a narrative that as UNHCR working for the refugees have to deal with. And how do we deal with this? we need to know who has come and what are their profiles are. That is what we have as a refugee status determination process. Because refugee status is in legal term. So basically, a person who is being considered as a refugee is fulfilling a certain legal qualification or a criteria which has been established under the ambit of international law. So when we do that, what we have to do is we have to see to that a person has committed a crime before fleeing their country. Because somebody would have bombed their own villages or probably somebody's house and might come here, which is against the humanity. So what we need to do is we need to filter them, saying that whether they have done something, we have to do some sort of an ethnic test, because somebody may simply claim that they're part of the one particular ethnic minority which has been prosecuted in that particular country. So when they say that, then we need to ensure. So we have to do a battery of evaluations or a test, including their ethnicity test. So for an example, if I call this water bottle in Tamil in a particular way, and if a particular person who belongs to an ethnic minority has a similar way or probably a completely distinct way of calling this water bottle, we need to ask such question. So we have a technical team which is completely equipped and is completely capacitated to do such tests, and they will come back with the outcome of that. So as a concluding, one thing which I would like to completely say is, in terms of diplomacy, how peace is very important for this kind of people who are forced to flee is because they are being victim of violence. They are not victim of anything else. They are victim of violence, and that is why they are fleeing. That means they are looking for a peaceful destination. And we need to be very proud to say that India being a peaceful country, that is why they are coming. So with all the cultural ethos that we kind of uphold every time, like Vasudeva Kudumbakam or whatever we call it, and what we need to do is we need to establish that these people are and the people's issues are brought into the table. So I remember one particular saying as part of international diplomacy that has always been said by Winston Churchill is that we have to kind of a nuance or probably speak a word that is going to convince a person to an extent in a lighter way that we need to tell in a diplomatic way that a person is trying to ask for a way to hell. So we don't tell the person to go to hell, but we kind of convince a person that he can kind of ask for a way to directions to go to the hell. That is what it is. He was saying it in a very jokingly, but I'm just putting it on the other side and say that we need to put all these things in a nice way. That is, more positivity is needed in this world. So in terms of the positivity, one thing that we need to have is we cannot be just talking about something that is going to come later or sooner. But what we need to have is a certainty. So let us hope that peace doesn't stay as a hope, but we should make sure that the peace becomes a certainty.
Thank you. So peace has to be reality, and that's very well said by Ralan sir. And so how many of you are students here? Could you raise your hands, please? All the students, raise your hands. Come on, right? Okay. Professor, you see, you have a battalion of students here. So what's your message of peace? Because you've seen both sides, which I have asked you a question before also. What is your one message of peace, and how should be peace with them? Put your hands down. Thank you.
It's a good question. See, peace is dynamic, and it is sometimes it is complex also. When I say peace, it is not absence of war. Peace means it talks about every bit of the society. It talks about culturally, that it talks about spiritual, cultural, every aspect of the society it takes care of. So peace is the most important one in a country. In VMRF, we addressed, me with Dr. Vingarachalam, we addressed India 75 and G20 in this campus. The idea is that to tell about the importance of peace. We talk about world peace these days. We talk about peace local level. We talk about world peace. Peace is very important. Today, 21st century, we are talking about diplomacy for peace. I would say diplomacy for good, diplomacy for reconstruction, diplomacy for solidarity. Diplomacy is all about, conducting a meeting or working for international relations is diplomacy. Any meeting or any work towards, the betterment of international relations, for me, that is diplomacy. And peace comes here. Peace is a dynamic concept again. We have to work for peace. And today, institutions like VMRF, it is a beautiful attempt, taken by VMRF, by Dr. Anuradha, that, talking about giving a space, in this conclave for the diplomats. This shows the vigor and rigor of VMRF. And therefore, peace is very, very important. I would say, that institutions like VMRF are producing people for tomorrow. Education is a passport, I would say. When I say it is a passport, what is that passport all about? It is a passport of peace. Today, peace has been shattered into pieces. You look at many countries now into pieces again. It is just because we don't understand and we don't highlight and we don't properly appreciate, what is peace. So students from college, university, levels, that students should understand peace. It is the local level, society, family, which has to teach the importance of peace. Peace is not something talking at the international level or meetings like this. Peace is very prerequisite and peace is very important for any society. It may be for a family, for a state, or for a world. We need peace, which is very, very important. And the students should learn more on this so that, they will be the diplomats in the future and they can be ambassadors for peace and they can work for the betterment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Give him a good round of applause. So, to conclude, before the Dean, sir, comes with the questions from the students, 1947, what happened to a country? Anybody can say that? 1947, enna baachu nama country ke? That's the part. The sad part is our country was split into India and Pakistan. We are called Indians because there's a river called Indus which flows into Pakistan. Because of that, the fertility of the land, they had a lot of wheat and rice that completely stopped coming to India. Jawaharlal Nehru was scratching his head because we did not have enough food. Lal Bahadur Shastri, 1970 or 68, said, please do not eat on Monday, we don't have enough food. A doomsayer from UK came and said, every Indian is going to die like a goat going to the slaughterhouse. That is when a genius came, and his name is M.S. Swaminathan, who is the father of Green Revolution. And in the year 1991, we had our own food. 2022-23, two countries were fighting. One is Russia, the other one is Ukraine. If that girl likes burger, probably the wheat came from Ukraine because it's called the wheat basin of the world. And the rich countries had money, started buying food, but poor countries like Bangladesh and Sri Lanka were suffering. Do you know which country was helping them? Which country? During COVID time, a lot of my grandfather friends passed away. The only way we could have saved them is by giving them vaccination. It took about 1 year for us to get the vaccination. The Americans got the vaccine, but the Indians found the vaccine. The Chinese vaccine never worked. The Americans said, you want my vaccine? You pay me $7. You look like a rich country, you pay me $12. But one country gave us all free vaccine. Which country is it? You're from that country. Aren't you proud that you're from that country? Put your hands up and say, I am an Indian. Put your hands up, all of you. And say, I am an Indian. I can't hear you. I am an Indian. I am proud to be an Indian. In my opinion, the best food in the whole world is given by your grandmother. Not because she's a great chef in ITC Grand Chola, but because she gives it a lot of love and affection. Our country is filled with that love and affection, and we will continue to have peace. And peace is the most important thing for our nation. And that's why we are all blessed to be in this wonderful conference. And before I leave, I have Dean Sir to ask these gentlemen, the esteemed gentlemen, some questions which are from the students, sir. Thank you, sir. Moshi, all of you.
Thank you, sir. That was quite an energetic panel, and really you brought out so many insights thanks to the panelists and your moderation. We heard about so many different perspectives about particularly the rights of refugees, the trade wars currently going on, and above all, the whole aspect of how diplomacy can be shaped as a tool to drive peace in this world. So I have a few questions. I have about 4 of them. Maybe I can, you could take 2 at a time. Mr. Sanchit Kushwaha, who's a 4th year MBBS student from Arubadevidu Medical College, Puducherry, has this question for the panel. Considering the global rise of far-right populist leaders and their supporters, how can a minority comprising victims, young activists, and indifferent citizens prevail over the majority in preserving world peace? I think that's an excellent question. Over to.
That's a difficult one. So yes, the entire world has moved far right, I would say. But a country like India has had, these kind of movements, and we self-correct. And I do believe over a period of time, people will realize that it's not helpful to make others out of their fellow citizens. And they will get back to treating all of us like brothers and sisters and working towards a common good. And I think that that kind of philosophy has to spread across the world. And right now we are seeing the peak, I believe, of othering that's happening around the world. But I do believe we will the world will correct itself and move back to a more wholesome, more collaborative point of view.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We have a student from Vinayaka School of Economics and Public Policy, Mr. L. Ashwin Kumar. He asks, there have been discussions about nuclear war and biological warfare, and now out of the blue, a trade war is emerging too. What's the potential solution for world peace when international organizations like the UN don't seem to be offering much hope in regulating the behavior of countries?
Me again? All right. I seem to be getting all the questions. Right. The best way of peace is to say that, I'm a peaceful guy, but I hold a big stick, right? When you hold a big stick, people tend to leave you alone, right? And in the past, diplomacy has been a major form of a global good for peace. However, but it's not been the only one, right? Nuclear deterrent is very much one that has worked, right? Countries have economies that are interdependent. That has been very helpful, right? And the humanitarian focus of certain nations has helped this bonding across countries, right? So mediating as well is a major form of making sure that these things don't blow up. So Switzerland has always played a big part in that mediating of these disputes, and they will continue to do so. So I do believe that, yes, these threats could be there, but countries like Switzerland and others, like India as well, India has played a big part between the Ukraine and Russian conflict, because it's tried to stay on the middle ground and not take sides, which I think is quite wise. It's not our fight. What the US is trying to force us to take sides is not quite right. And as we have seen, the US itself seems to have changed sides at the end of this. So mediation, diplomacy is the way forward.
Thank you very much, sir, for bringing up mediation. The next question, I think, is directly on the media world. And Pankaj Kumar, first year MBA student from Department of Management, asks, in an era where misinformation spreads faster than diplomacy, how can diplomats effectively counter false narratives and build genuine peace and understanding?
Yeah, very simply, if you take the Indian MEA, for instance, Indian Ministry of External Affairs, they are creating a unit where real-time monitoring of every single news item being published anywhere in any language, anywhere in the world, will be captured immediately at in New Delhi at the MEA, and they will respond immediately. So that is one way of countering it. This is the government narrative. Obviously, it is not a public narrative or the people's narrative. So only a government narrative will go out. Otherwise, how do you counter misinformation? Obviously, if we have heard this in one of the serials, I forget the name. But then if somebody is telling you that it is raining outside and another fellow tells you that it is not raining outside, it's your duty to go and check outside, not to believe one fellow or the other. That's how disinformation can be countered. Can be countered. So if somebody is telling you something so fantastic that it may not be true, please make an effort to check. Where do you check? There are traditional media sources which help you. I come from the Hindu group. I write for Frontline. Please read Frontline. In fact, the Maldives story also I have written on the Prime Minister's visit to Lakshadweep and what happened subsequently. There is a timeline to it as well. So we need to be engaged in our democracy, engaged in our events to understand these things. If you're going to be detached, if you're going to say that, look, democracy is too much work, or I don't understand democracy, tell me something that I understand in 30 seconds. Please, it's not going to work. Please understand that our struggle for independence, Mahatma Gandhi started the struggle in 1920. We attained independence in 1947. So 47 minus 20 is the time that a person struggled, was in jail for about 7 or 8 years. Nehru himself was in jail for more than 9 years to achieve independence. So that's how much struggle they put in to get our country to be a democratic country. If we can't put in the effort to check 4 news sources to understand if every single guy is saying the same thing, I think it's a bloody shame. Sorry to use the word bloody. It's a really crying shame on us that we will not check, but then we will forward the same WhatsApp message that our uncle sent us to others. So I am an uncle. So if I send you something, please do not forward it. Please verify the veracity of it before you send it to somebody else. That is the smallest thing that we can do. Please do not do WhatsApp forwards when you see something fantastic and fabulous and say that this country is going to the dogs or this country is doing great. Don't believe both.
Thank you, sir. Deep individual reflection, as I can see, is very important. And finally, we have 2 students who have pretty much asked the same question. The first is Gauri, third-year student, LLB from Vinayaka Missions Law School, and the other is Ashwin Kumar, third-year BSc Chemistry student. They both want to know that India has historically taken a neutral stance in many global conflicts. And do you think non-alignment strategy is still effective in today's geopolitical climate, and with specific reference to the Russia-Ukraine war and India's intervention? They want to get more details on.
I think,
non-alignment.
Professor, a good question for you, because
today India's role is, very notable and very amazing in terms of international relations, in terms of world peace, in terms of assisting countries and whatever. So India's role is something very so great, so incredible, and we are doing our best. And therefore, our external affairs, you look at the way the diplomats are. Today we are celebrating October 24th as a Diplomats Day. October 24th, 1945, we celebrate that as a International Diplomats Day. And India's contribution to diplomacy is immense. And we are doing our best, and in multiple fronts we are doing it. As you all know that India also supports United Nations. You look at the 2 world wars, 1914 to 1918 and 1939 to 1945, and 24th October 1945 was born. And if you look at the Charter of the United Nations, it starts so beautifully. We, the people of United Nations, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind. We don't want a 3rd World War. That was a strong message which was enshrined in the UN Charter. And therefore, today we are working on various aspects, and India is a country which works for world peace. I don't want to talk about countries, this and that, but to be very general, India's that role is highly appreciated, and India's Nalanda University, which is called as a Vishwaguru today. They are connecting, Nalanda University is connecting to most of the Asian countries, and they were trying to promote, peace and solidarity in Asia. Asia is again a very important Oriental and Occidental we talk about. When we talk about Oriental and Occidental, that India, the Dharma Bhumi, the Karma Bhumi, we have a big role to play in the affairs of world peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Before you
so
wind
I
up-
mean, that cameraman is never in the picture, right? He's always at the back. Like that, UNHCR has been doing wonderful job. They might not be in the front, but the kind of work they're doing in our region, at least with the help of our chief here, I think all of you should put your hands up and give him a good round of applause for all the work he's doing. So, I mean, before I conclude, there was a lamp here. இங்க ஒரு விளக்கு இருந்தது இல்ல, அந்த விளக்கு எரியறதுக்கு 3 விஷயம் வேணும் இல்லையா? ஃபர்ஸ்ட் என்ன வேணும்? எண்ணெய் வேணும். யார்ப்பா சொன்னது? கை தூக்கு. ரைட். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் என்ன வேணும்? எண்ணெய் வேணும். ரெண்டாவது திரி வேணும். மூணாவது தீப்பெட்டி மழையில நினைச்சுன்னா தீ மட்டும் வேணும் இல்லையா? ஸோ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் என்ன வேணும்? எனக்கு கேட்கல, ஒரே வாட்டி லவுடா சொல்லுங்க. எண்ணெய், எண்ணெய் தமிழ்ல சொல்லுப்பா. ரெண்டாவது, மூணாவது தீ. ஓகே, லைனா ஃபாஸ்டா சொல்லுங்க. எண்ணெய் திருத்தி உங்களை திருத்துறதுக்காக, உங்களுக்கு பீஸ்ன்ற ஒரு கான்செப்ட்ன்ற ஒரு மைண்ட்ல வரணுன்றதுக்காக, அது திருத்துறதுக்காக தான் இன்னைக்கு அந்த விளக்கு போட்டு உங்க எல்லாருக்கும் ஒரு ஒளி கொடுக்கணுன்றதுக்காக கொண்டு வந்திருக்காங்க. So all of you say we want peace. Once more, all of you say we want peace. Right. So thank you so much for listening patiently, and sir, for beautifully curating those questions. And RK sir, with all your busy schedule, he's been very busy. In fact, Delhi but still he has to go there. He doesn't have a choice. And Sanjay Madhavan brother has been awesome, and he's come all the way from Kottapuram, and UNHCR brother Valan has been the most phenomenally empathetic person I've ever seen, and a knowledge bank is our professor. So all of you say thank you for all of them, and give them a good round of applause.
Thank you very much. So we
yes ma'am, 2 more questions. Yes ma'am, please come forward.
We'd like to
yes ma'am, ask easy questions ma'am, please.
Now about Trump, about it's a 20-year-old reel on the Oprah Winfrey show where he said, okay, US has become a dumping ground, which is in spite of all the expiry, use by date dumping that they did in Africa, all the used, expired milk which went to Africa, medicines which went to Africa. In spite of that, he said this. I'm just thinking we knew about it. So this was a publicly made statement. I was not open, and maybe perhaps 20 years ago, I was not watching the Oprah Winfrey show. But I'm sure what was the diplomatic caucus? Could you have prevented a person like this assuming power? And was it a nation which allowed a person who obviously lacks empathy to come to power? Even the nation, was it a very privileged mindset which allowed him to come to power and say, okay, today we'll impose tariffs? But this agenda was something which was public about 20, 30 years ago. And we still allowed such a person to, what is it? This is, today we are all evolving as human beings, but the nation has allowed a person who totally lacks in empathy to assume presidentship. And why did diplomatic caucus of other countries, allow this? Should there not have been discussions? Should there not have been negotiations or transactions, or at least a public discussion that this space is going to become like this if this person takes on, the trade transactions? We're talking about this in hindsight, I feel. So
it's a statement you're making. You're not asking a question.
Could you have done something? Could the diplomats have done something?
When I was about 2 years ago, when I went to a school and I asked the children, whom you want to become? They said, I want to become, Mother Teresa or Abdul Kalam or Gandhiji. But today you ask all the children, they say, I want to become Trump. There's a complete shift in the last 2-3 years, and I would request, maybe you should answer that question, sir.
Yeah. So probably I think, formally speaking, every country has a sovereign power and a process. So as a diplomat, he is not expected, or she is not expected to influence, or probably cannot do something against it. Otherwise the person is not a diplomat. So the people have a mandated him to be the president, that means the world and the diplomats or the diplomatic council should agree to it. That's it. So nothing more that they could have done it, because if they do it, if a particular country can influence somebody to vote in favor of a particular candidate in another country, that can happen same in their own country. So that is not correct, because they have a sovereign right. So that's what I just wanted to say.
Just add one more thing on that point. Ma'am, he's answering you.
One more point, just to add to the Valan's statement. I think it's a more general thing. It's not about diplomats. But if somebody is saying they're going to do something, right, take him seriously, right? Right? He's said what he wanted to do always, and he's followed through, right? Many people assumed that it was just bluster and would not pan out, right? But if somebody is saying, I'm going to do X, and he does X, you can't fault him for that.
But one thing, yeah, he's the most patriotic person in America. All of you agree that? Yeah.
I'm also a journalist, and my Taruna's question is absolutely valid. Not working.
We had a similar situation when a Congress politician went to America, and he made a statement that America should do something about what is happening in India. Now, how did people react here? Because how do you give a country, listen, no. No, see, this is not about privileges. This is about the rights of the people exercising their choices. And it has consequences. And if there are bad consequences, you handle them in the ways that are mandated and that are legal.
I would only say that these are the brickbats that come before the bouquet. So we have a few bouquets for the diplomats.
Anant, Draupadi, Meera has a question. One more question.
Just one question, please. I have come from Delhi, and I do some work, a little bit of work on ancient civilization. One of our honored panelists quoted Atiti Deva Bhava. Now you have to understand the concept, the state, the situation in the country before you say Atiti Deva Bhava. As very rightly said by a lady in the UK, when immigration becomes invasion. So who is coming, why they are coming, who is instigating them to come here? That is the question. We cannot have Atiti Deva Bhava in a climate where there is very much an underground and undercurrent of invading a country in the garb of refugees and in the garb of so many things. So I would want your reaction on Atiti Deva Bhava. Is it relevant in today's contest?
Meera, you forget they're all diplomats. They can't say it.
Ma'am, hold your hands like this. Hold your hands like this. All of them are different, right? This is smaller, this is bigger, this is taller, right? Hold your hands. Hold your hands like this. Turn it towards you. All of you are equal. In the eyes of God, everybody is equal. You know, the moment we have ego is when we lose the peace.
Wait. No. Neera. No, Neera. Neera, wait. Neera, wait. Please. I'm serious. I'm giving a serious answer to you. Please sit down. This is non-trivial. What I am saying, Neera, please sit down. You asked a question about Atiti Devo Bhavo. Do you know that every Smarta Indian is expected to practice this every day? Did you know that? Do you know? No. Okay, now let me educate you. You have Atiti Yajna. Yeah.
We have the next session where the prize winners are going to. Thank you. We'll start on with the next talk. So some of the prize winners for the peace competition, they are coming up. So please, yeah.
We request everybody to stay back. We have the prize distribution event now. We kindly request everybody to stay back. We have the prize distribution event for the essay writing competition and the innovation challenge.
I am happy to share I now request our Swamiji Sri Hari Prasad, Managing Trustee, Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, to come up on stage and do the honors of distributing the prizes. Please, Swamiji. I request respected Mrs. Kamala Manimurian, correspondent Sri VKK School, past district chairman of Inaugural Club, to be on stage and kindly distribute the prizes, ma'am. I request the consuls and the moderator to stay back on stage to distribute the prizes. I request the prize winners to come near the stage to receive the prizes. Please come forward. The prize prize winners of essay writing competition as well as innovation challenge, kindly come forward. I'm happy to share that we received around 1,000 entries for school, college essay writing competition as well as for innovation challenge. And among all these entries, we have finalized the final 9 prize winners. So first we are going to see the college essay competition prize winners. For the college essay competition, the first place goes to Mr. Sam Victor S. Sundaram Arulraj Hospital, Tuticorin. Mr. Sam will be receiving a prize money of rupees 10,000. The second place goes to Ms. A. Soundarya of School of Allied Health Sciences, VMRF, Chennai. Ms. Soundarya will be receiving a cash prize of rupees 7,500. The third place goes to Hari Shiva Shankari S. of Vinayaka Missions Law School, VMRF, Chennai. Shiva Shankari will be receiving a cash award of rupees 5,000. We will move on to school essay competition winners. The first place goes to KM Grisha of JJIS. She will be receiving a cash prize of rupees 10,000. The second place goes to Vimal Rama Subramaniam of Sri Ramana Academy, CBSE.
He'll be receiving a cash award of rupees 7,500. The third place goes to Mr. Devesh of Heartfulness International School, Omega branch. He will be receiving a cash award of rupees 5,000.
Next prize distribution is for Innovation Challenge. First place goes to Guganathan Subramani, External Innovator, Mac KG ICT LLP. He'll be receiving cash prize of rupees 10,000. Second prize goes to Sanchit Kushwaha, AVMC Pondicherry, final year, fourth year MBBS. He will be receiving prize money of rupees 7,500. Please encourage the prize winners by giving a round of applause. Third place goes to Adarsh Kumar Keshri Vijayashree, AVIT Chennai, second BECSE. He'll be receiving rupees 5,000 cash prize.
Thank you, dignitaries. All the prize winners, please come on stage. We'll take a group photo. I request all the prize winners to come on stage. Kindly bring your certificates to pose on stage. Dear prize winners, kindly come with your certificates to take a photo on stage. Please. Congratulations to all the prize winners. I request the audience to be seated and maintain silence. We'll be here 10 more minutes. Please be seated. Please be seated and maintain silence.
At the end of a long day of deliberations, it's equally important that we reflect on everything that we have spoken about today, heard, learned. In that spirit of reflection, I would like to request Mr. Vittal Natkarni, who's a renowned journalist who has worked with some of the world's biggest brands, newspapers and magazines, and has been associated with founding the Speaking Tree for the Times Group. I have read that as a young adult, and it's amazing, truly. He's also got extensive broadcasting and television experience, being a fellow of the London-based 21st Century Trust and a Salzburg Fellow, and a recipient of the prestigious fellowship named after the Washington Post editor, Alfred Friendly. Over to you, sir, for a quick summary of everything that we witnessed today. Over to you.
First of all, apologies. I am not continuing the conversation we started earlier. This is just a summary. And what a summary it is. How wonderful were the thoughts that we received. You know, one of the themes that I was sharing with Swamiji was the vision with which this was started. And it takes that kind of sustained, dedicated, caring, nurturing approach to bring these diverse thoughts so that we can agree to disagree was one of the factors that probably also came across in the last few minutes. Now, one of the most important things that struck me was the paradigm shift that was spoken about from the macro level to the micro level. Now, this is where it affects individually in people at their mohallas and their house committee levels. When there is violence, increasing of violence, and I think the Vice Chancellor of Khalid University did brilliantly well in trying to analyze this phenomenon, where this paradigm shift has taken place from a macro level to a micro level. Now, this is where we as individuals have a role to play. I would submit. This is the take-home point that I got in the summary that I did. Then he talked about the binaries that we often talk about, say white versus black, illegal versus legal, schizoid versus lucid, or whatever. Now, why are these binaries bad? They are just tools of thinking and classification to start with. Because you can't make judgments in the abstract. The famous question that the American humorist was asked by James E.B. White, the humorist walking with him, says, James, I heard your mother-in-law was not well. So James says, as compared to what? So whenever you make a judgment, as compared to what are you talking about? That is very important. If you're talking about genocide of millions of people, that may be different from butchering of a family in Bihar, maybe. But the pain is not any less. The pain is not any less. And this is where we need to follow our traditional advice that the last person on the planet or in the country, if you can wipe his tear, then you have achieved. Now, it may seem like too impossible a dream to do, but at least we should keep that as a goal in our mind, which is the reason I do not get into the debate of whether he deserves to be called Mahatma or father of the nation or whatever. Again, the trope ahimsa. I wanted to emphasize something which did not get said, and I will include it in the summary. So great is India's obsession, if you can call it, with not doing harm even unconsciously. And Swamiji will bear me out. There is a category of sins called Panchasuna. When you pound something, you are causing death. When you fill a jar, you may be causing microbial death that we heard about. When you winnow something in a basket, you may be causing death of tiny organisms. So what do you do when you forget conscious evil, conscious hurt? What do you do when you don't even know that you have caused this? There, the great rishis and the great Tattva Vettas of our tradition prescribed what they called as Pancha Mahayajna, which are mandatory every day. So you remember your ancestors, Pitruyajna, where you came from. You remember the gods to whom you owe all this. You remember the learning tradition which has brought you and fostered this beautiful economy. So you do Brahma Yajna. Finally, you do Atithi Yajna. Now, Atithi Yajna doesn't mean that you open your larder or you don't think strategically. It only says, think of the other. What we were told, Jean-Paul Sartre saying, the problem is the other. The genius of India is, the problem is not the other. We befriend them. So, and that is my answer to Aruna. We do not demonize the other. And also in the Hatha Yoga Pradipaka, when you see, you have Svatvarama saying, Matantare. If you believe in God, this is the explanation. What if you don't? What if you are a Charvak? Then Matantare, this may be the explanation. So this tolerance is what I have experienced in this beautiful debate from different thoughts. It has not made me defensive, rather than it has made me hopeful. It has made me hopeful because I am also working on the sidelines of opening a peace corridor with POK for the Sharda Mata temple. And that is going to be a corridor of peace, like Kartarpur corridor. Now, how do we achieve it? What kind of bridges? So we need Sangoshtis such as these to even articulate or dare to articulate difficult, thorny, troublesome propositions to secure a peace for generations to come. And I have lots of stuff, about like darkness and light. He talked about the Vilapu, that it was. This is the paradigm of our culture. Tamaso ma jyotirgamaya. Now, if you don't have tamas, how do you see jyoti? So, see, we were also great logicians. So if you see, for instance, Ashtadhyayi, you will see why the other is necessary for comprehension of the world. But ultimately, we are saddled, as I was telling Professor Shrikalaji, we have the overhanging canopy of Ekam Sat Viprad Bauddha Vadanti. So there are many views, but we are all going towards the path of peace, and it's been an honor and an absolute privilege to be part of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Nadkarni. And before we wrap up today's proceedings, just a quick snapshot of what follows tomorrow. So we hope to have you all here by about 9 a.m. in the morning. We have a religious leaders conclave tomorrow, where we get to hear from religious leaders from multiple faiths. And then we have two plenary sessions. One will happen in this hall and the other below, where we all had assembled a little while back. And then followed by the final segment for tomorrow being the student presentation. So there are 6 presentations from different institutions which are part of Vinayaka Mission's Chennai campus. And we have an excellent jury which will also give some feedback on each of these presentations so that they can get to learn and grow. And today's prize winners in the Peace Innovation Challenge too will be a part of that segment, and will get some feedback from the same jury as they make pitches on the kinds of ideas that got them prizes today. Thank you. That's me, and that's it from my end. Yes. Oh, yes. And there's a truly wonderful art exhibition going on in the next in the building adjacent Vinayaka Mission's Law School in the atrium. I think there is a lovely collection of artworks. And for those of you who haven't seen it yet, please do feel free to check it out now or tomorrow. It is going to be there. Thank you all for your patience and for your audience. Thanks.
We request the dignitaries to go to their respective venues for the high tea. The venue is same as where the lunch is served.